September 25th, PZBA regular meeting at 7 o'clock. Roll call, please, Jen.
Chairman Kempa.
Here.
Commissioner DeGraff.
Here.
Commissioner Patel.
Here.
Commissioner Saywert.
Here?
Commissioner Weigel is absent by prior notice. Commissioner Simmons.
Here.
Commissioner Mashevsky.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Let's go to Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first item of business is approval of the July 24th minutes from the PCBA meeting. Are there any corrections from any of the commissioners?
I had forwarded just a few corrections to Jen already. It was just some name changes, so I would make the motion to approve them as amended.
Did you catch my name?
Yes.
Okay.
You were
I know it
here.
wasn't because I wasn't there.
Right.
Okay, can I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Aye. Okay. I would like to propose that we flip-flop the old business and new business just for the sake of saving some time. So we would do the PCBA case 24-12 first, which will then follow by the case for the chickens. Do I need a motion for that? No.
Yes.
Can I have a motion to make the itinerary change?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, so our first case is PCBA case number 24-12V. It's a public hearing for a corner side yard variation. The applicant is Theodora Varcheva at 2 East Hawthorne Place in Prospect Heights. And the applicant is requesting a variation to section 5-3-4 H1F2 of the City of Prospect Heights zoning code to allow the reduction of the required corner yard setback from 20 feet to 0 feet for the construction of a 4-foot decorative metal fence. Can I please have a motion to open case number 24-12V at 7:04?
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Is the applicant here? If I can have you come up and I'll swear you in. Do you swear that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the audience for this case?
We can do that later. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Theodora Vercheva. I live in 2 Houghton Place, Prospect Heights.
Okay. And could you please describe your request for us?
So I'm seeking variation of the regulation from allowing me to reduce the corner yard setback from 20 feet to 0 feet to my fence.
And what's the hardship for the request?
I'm just trying to match my immediate neighbor living on 112 South Maple Lane. I just need to meet their corner, the fence of their corner, yeah.
Okay.
Because I feel like it's gonna be more aesthetic and the city's gonna only benefit from this.
Great, okay. And Director Peterson, there is an existing fence at 112, which is a legal conforming fence, yes?
Correct. The fence at 112 South Maple was constructed in 1988 by a permit. In 1991, the city changed the fence rules to the current standards. So she would be, at this at the time, the neighbor at 112 is a fully compliant fence.
And what about the fences across the street at 1 Hawthorne and 200 Maple?
Both of those properties' fences were installed by proper permits. The first 2000 South Maple, the first permit was in 2000, and the second, in addition to that, fence was in 2003. Both meet today's current standards
So they're both conforming?
to the current rules.
Current rules.
1 East Hawthorne, their original fence was built in 1993, and then a secondary portion of the fence was added in 2001, again, both compliant.
Okay. Do we have the white card, the mailings?
Yes, we have proof of service, and did you have any green cards? Yes, she has. Can you turn those in, please? Thank you. So the applicant has submitted the proof of mailings
Okay.
for the record.
I also have 3 written agreements from my immediate neighbors that they agree to that.
From what addresses are they from?
1 Hawthorne, this is 200 South Maple, and this is 112 South Maple.
So the,
Oh, so all your immediate neighbors. Perfect. Okay.
so let's add into the record from the applicant 3 notices signed by the respective neighbors agreeing with they're in support of the variation.
All 3 of them?
All 3 of them.
Okay.
And it's, okay, let me see what exhibit number that will be.
Would that be 9?
Yep. We'll do it at group exhibit 9.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant? There are none, thank you.
Is there anybody?
Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak to this case? Okay. Do we need discussion?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for Director Peterson. So the fence that is at 112, which was installed before the current code, if they would change their fence in any way, they would have to bring it into compliance, is that correct?
If they're doing minor maintenance, they could maintain it as is in its existing format, but if they were going to do a substantial change of material, change heights, then yes, they would need to be brought into today's current standards. Or seek a variation to maintain it as in its current condition.
Okay.
Actually, I do have a question for you. Do you plan on keeping, there's a bunch of trees in that section. Do you plan on keeping all the trees? And if you can come up, please, sorry. I forgot to ask that.
If the trees are in the fence way, I'm definitely not planning on keeping them, but if per initial, like when we looked initially at this, I don't think there's any existing trees that are in the fence way.
Okay. And some of the trees would be in front of the fence?
Correct.
Okay, okay, thank you. Anything else from any of the commissioners?
I would just like to say that, for a variation request, we have to make sure that there's compliance with the findings of fact. The first one being the special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land structure or building involved, which are not applicable to the other land structures or buildings in the same district. And the problem that I see is that the neighbors to the south have both met the current code. And driving the area, if you go to the east, the neighbors have also complied with the existing code. So I don't see where this is any kind of a special condition. And I don't see where that finding would be
Well, the immediate neighbor is pretty much not compliant, and I'm just trying to match their, corner.
But as Director Peterson said, if they changed their fence, they would have to comply with the existing code. When they put their fence in, the code wasn't there. The setback requirement wasn't there for that fence.
I understand that, but to my knowledge, the fence looks pretty good, and I don't think they're gonna be changing or putting as he mentioned, there might be some minor changes, but I don't think there's gonna be putting it down and putting a brand new one. And why would they do that? It's gonna make their, yard even smaller. I don't think there's a reason why they would do that.
Sure, but again, we have to base our recommendation on whether or not we find a hardship on this property. And in my opinion, I don't think that hardship has been met.
Anybody else?
I mean, I guess I'll chime in a little. I've seen down my street alone where I've had neighbors meet the same fence line. I think it would be aesthetically pleasing to see it match the neighbor behind. I think it'd look odd if it's not up against it. I'm looking at this map and the two houses across, while they're 20 feet off the property line, they line up to each other.
Right, but the house that is directly south of the property, which is
One.
that fence is fairly old, barely standing up, so if we grant this, then he would have the basis for, using the same hardship that, across the street, I have a non-conforming fence, I want to have a non-conforming fence as well. And then that in turn, down the line sometime, the next neighbor might want to match again, and so we're matching to non-conforming fences, and that never ends.
Well, either one or 200 have a non-conforming fence, right?
Right.
So if one came in and said, like, you let two do it, but my response was, we let two do it to match 112, we won't let you do it because 200 doesn't have it, and vice versa, if 200 comes in. So I think that's a different case to me, but I understand what you're saying.
Right.
Chairman, standard number 9 specifically states that you're not to use non-conforming use of neighbor land, structures, or buildings in the same districts to permit variations. So therefore, I don't think we have to be concerned on that. There's a grounds not to approve another one if they choose to use non-conforming, the non-conforming. Her neighbors is a conforming at this point in time, even though our ordinances have changed.
Say that one more time?
So, look, if you read number 9, standard number 9, the no non-conforming use of neighboring land, structures, or buildings in the same district, and no permitted use of land, structures, or buildings in other districts shall be considered grounds for issuances of variation. What that states is, we're supposed to look at the merits of each case individually, and just because somebody else's is non-conforming does not give right to continue non-conforming.
Okay.
I think that from the aesthetics standpoint, that setback is so far back from the street that it wouldn't be, I don't see it being intrusive to drivers or other neighbors. So the house at 112, that new fence wouldn't be obstructing any views or anything like that because that's their backyard. So as far as aesthetics is concerned, I think it has merit to put the fence in line with the 112 fence.
Yeah, I agree with that. If we grant this, can we grant it with it only going as far as the back of the house is, as opposed to, like, for her plan here? Because one concern I have is if it continues down the road, let's say down the road, then you might be,
I'm trying to follow, I'm not sure I understand
So
the question.
the request, if I understand it correctly, the request is only for the highlighted portion of the fence.
Correct.
There is no fence here or here.
By definition, the Elmhurst frontage is her front yard. However, the way the house is oriented, the main access is off of Hawthorne. The ZBA has the condition to the right to add a condition that the fence cannot extend further west than the rear building line. That would be an appropriate condition, therefore it wouldn't block the frontage of her house or that side elevation.
Would that be okay with the applicant?
Whatever is highlighted on my.
Is what, so her proposed plan is what?
So this is all you're asking for, you're not asking for anything further? Okay. What do you think, Scott?
No, I think it needs to match the neighbors. I mean, as far as, I do agree with, even though across the street is current building code, I mean, I think it should match, But that's my feeling. And it's a metal fence, and you can see through it, correct? Yeah.
Would the variation stay with the 4 foot?
Yes, that's another condition. We have a case currently where a resident was granted a variation for a very specific style and height of fence, and it was very limiting in that, so if they wanted to change it to go to a higher fence or different material fence, they'd have to come back before this body. So that could be a condition added. As long as it's specified, then if any changes, like say 10 years, 15 years down the line, she'd like to come back for a 6 foot, or there's a new owner of the property, would like to come for a higher, they'd have to come back to amend, to try and get a different, to amend the variation.
yeah, my opinion is a 4-foot metal railing fence would go with the neighborhood and align with the rear fence, and seems to be reasonable to me. I think that this is actually more her backyard than her side yard, based on the way the house is,
Right.
and it just gives a more usable backyard. So,
I view this positive. I don't know how the other commissioners view it, but if we have no other comments, I'd like a motion to
Close the public hearing.
close the public hearing, case number 24-12B.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So how many exhibits did we add? Just one?
We just added the one, Exhibit 9, Group Exhibit 9.
Okay. So we're going to add to this variation condition that the fence doesn't go past the back of the house, and the fence stays 4 feet, metal fence, see-through. Okay, I'd like a motion to accept into the public record the testimony presented this evening, as well as exhibit number 9
I'll make that motion.
at 7:20.
Yep.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Mashewski.
Aye.
Commissioner Sayward.
No?
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner DeGraff.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Chairman Kempa.
Aye. Now I would like a motion to recommend to the city council approval of case number 24-12B, which is a variation to reduce corner side yard setback for installation of a decorative metal fence 4 feet in height, not extending past the end of the house, at 2 Hawthorne Place.
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner DeGraff,
Aye.
Commissioner Mashewski,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sayward,
No?
Chairman Kempa.
Aye.
Request passes, recommendation 5-1. This will go to the city council on October 14th, that Monday night, 6:30 here for a first reading. Because it was not a unanimous, they'll have the 2 reading, the 14th, and then the second final approval will be on the 28th. Anything else?
Oh, we have to close it.
You do close at 7:19.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, our next case is old business, case number ZBA 24-01 PUD. Can I please have a motion to reopen case number 24-01 PUD?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so this is our number 3 meeting regarding chickens. So I think everybody knows, well, there's a lot of new faces, so let me re-summarize very quickly what this case is about. So back last year, City Council received a complaint from a resident about noise and smell pollution from chicken owners, and they've asked the staff to draft a solution to this issue, meaning create an amendment to the code, as the code was not specifically addressing the raising of chickens. And they've asked the PCBA board to facilitate this request by inviting the public to speak to the matter and obtaining all the information and doing the research and so on and so forth. And so we've met a number of times. We've heard from the non-chicken owners and the chicken owners. We've heard from staff who has come up with a plan that was presented at the last meeting. We've asked the public had the proposal, asked for revisions, and so here we are today with a revised amendment to the code. So Director Peterson, if you would like to summarize, or if you'd like to present the new amendment.
We are still, this is still the public hearing, so anybody that will need to speak will have to, who hasn't spoken previously, will need to be sworn in. Those of you who have already been sworn in, it continues on, unless the attorney wants to have everybody come back in.
We can continue.
First, let me thank Chairman Machi Kempa and the zoning board for the opportunity to present this again. I want to personally thank a group of folks that met with me between the last hearing date and this hearing date. That would be Genevieve Shard, Tiffany Hinton, Mickey Moylan, Rebecca Stone, who is not here, Jim and Linda Kleinschmidt, Lynn Shoemaker, and Rebecca, let's see, I got her name in here. Rebecca Bosley. It was an equal representation from both sides. Due to scheduling, we couldn't all meet together as one, so we held 2 different meetings. I want to thank both groups who were very well prepared. They came in with discussion items, and some of them, we were able to find some consensus, other ones not, and that's fine. That's why we have the process we have. I want to first start by saying that the revised draft ordinance that was in the packets that was published online and was sent to folks did have an error in it, and I have corrected those, and I'll explain where that error is. And so there is a revised draft that came out today. Let's see. Patrick, how do I get this up there again? For the chicken one. Okay. Yeah, those were the rules, that's fine. I don't think we're going to need to go into those.
I did it.
Did you do the PowerPoint or the PDFs?
I did it. Which one you want?
The one that I did today, the continued.
All right, there it is.
No, that's not the one that I sent you the revised. Yeah, that's the one with the revised, yes. All right, thank you very much, Patrick. Appreciate your assistance. So we're going to go forward because we did cover a lot of ground last time, but going forward, one of the things that both groups did agree on, and I'm just going to go right down the line, and I apologize that it's not larger, but we looked at definitions, and the discussion came from why is it just chickens and not other fowl. There was good conversation and going back and doing some research. It is discussed that other fowl could be considered as long as they weren't overly large and noisy breeds of birds. So in looking at that, we've changed the definition of fowl to include domestic ducks and quail, and and they're not federally regulated waterfowl domestics. So that's making me the pets. Geese and turkeys are prohibited still because of the potential for noise impacts. So that's going to show up in both the Title IX, the Animal Control Ordinance, and again in the definitions of the zoning code. That's where we're proposing to put those. Based on adding additional fowl, we've done some title changes and verbiage changes to include the term fowl. We've heard from both sides, and staff has spent a lot of time trying to come up with a number, and we are not changing the recommendation of 20 fowl on the property, and that would be an aggregate. So you could have 15 chickens, and you could have 5 ducks or other from the list. So that number has not changed. We've discussed and talked about, and it was brought to our attention from the PZBA, how do we define a coop, how do we define a run, and how is that going to look? That was one of the questions that came up last. So we have added definitions for coops and cleared that up. We've added a definition for mobile coop so that there's no misunderstanding on that end. And basically, a mobile chicken coop, also known as a chicken tractor, is a movable chicken house that allows you to move your chickens around your property. It shall have an approved method of containing fowl on the property, because that's what our ordinance says, they have to be contained. Then we talked about adding ducks, and again, the new definition for fowl. Under lot coverage, there's a table in the city code that dictates what is considered an accessory structure for lot coverage and what accessory structures are not considered for lot coverage. And we'll get into some more examples here in a minute, but we added the definition, and this is where the revision came today on the highlighted page. I'm gonna see if I can blow this up here.
Long enough at all.
Yeah, that's
Can't
fine.
read that.
I understand, I'm trying to get to a point where I can increase the size. Is that better? There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna just move this, try and get rid of this over here. Maybe downsize a little bit to get it on there. Okay.
Thank you.
So we've added the definition for mobile coops, adding domestic ducks, quail in there. Here's where we added in the version that came out earlier in the week. I inadvertently had left it off. There was 2 commas back to back.
I didn't see that.
Okay. So this is one of the issues we did discuss in our meetings, so we do not count this in terms of lot coverage. Because one of the restrictions in the zoning code is the floor area ratio of all covered structures. And so large, that's sheds, detached garages, carports, other things that would create an area of coverage over the green space. So therefore, we looked at mobile chicken coops similar to boat trailers, campers, and those don't count as lot coverage. So, and that was agreeable to both those that are, wants, the 2 groups, the folks that we met with, we found some consensus there.
So Dan, mobiles do not count for lot
No.
coverage, but permanent ones do.
We will, and I'll show you an example of why we are going to keep that position here. Again, the other changes in here are basically to allow permitted foul more of the definitions here. We did, up in the animal control section, staff is not recommending roosters. Okay, we are recommending a prohibition on roosters, and that's where a split between the 2 sides is still at. And just to let everybody know, that has not changed from the staff perspective, based on the research that we've done and where we're going. So here in the enclosures, we added mobile coops. We did put size limits. Each mobile coops still have to follow the setbacks like any other structure, so it's got to stay out of the side yard setbacks. Has to be in the rear 120 feet, which we discussed last meeting. We also had a good conversation about, there was a section in there about privacy fences, okay? We came to the conclusion that as long as the property owners are coming in to register and get a permit for being a fowl keeper, that part of that is to how are you going to have your coop and how are you going to contain them on your property. So the sheer requirement, if you wanted to have them free range on your backyard outside of a pen, you'd have to have some method of containment that would be approved at the time of permit issuance. That could be a mobile coop with a temporary movable fencing inside the main part of the yard. It could be a different type of permanent fence that would be required to have a fence permit. It could be a permanent coop and fence structure. So it provides some opportunities for all residents based on their needs and their desires on keeping chickens and fowl. We did look at the sale of eggs, which is regulated by the Illinois Department of Agriculture and under the state law. Sale of eggs from one's own private nests or properties to another private property owner are legal. It's just we cannot stop. That's a state law and as a home rule community. But what we can do is we can restrict advertising and the appearance of a home occupation and drawing residents in. And that's the purpose of the home occupation rule. So you can do it if you've got friends, if you've got family, you're doing this, that's fine, but to openly advertise as your business is not permitted by signage and making your yard look like that. And that's restricted, that's currently in the sign ordinance. You cannot do that in a residential district. Again, change of term and foul. This is an item that we're willing to discuss, and that's the non-conforming properties brought into conformance with keeping of foul. We had put originally 12 months from the date of adoption. In reviewing this, that could be as early as this fall. Does that give people real time? Do we even have everybody who's there? So we're looking at 1 year from the date of your permit being issued to have time for people. Because we do know that there are some structures that are not compliant. We do know that there are other conditions that would not be fully compliant. And we're not here to penalize them, we want to work with them to get to a level of compliance. So a time frame to allow that to happen is reasonable. And then the fees, again, it's just terminology. We did hear from the folks about sanitation, inspection, and prevention of cross-contamination. We are prepared for that. We will be buying necessary duties and other provisions. We will be scheduling so that we're not doing more than one inspection in a day. Those types of things that were raised, which in looking back, and it's easy for us to comply with that. We also then had a great discussion with the group about the Chicken Community Board, who are very passionate chicken keepers, who have a wealth of knowledge, have a wealth of resources that we would be utilizing to help and be an advocate for others who are wanting to learn, need information, and as a resource for the city in that. And that is, we're not the experts, we don't do them on a daily basis, and we would be looking to that group of folks and all folks that are chicken keepers who are doing the right thing would be looked at as assets to help us as we go forward with this. Okay, so let's talk about how do we define a permanent chicken coop and run. Okay, so this is a fully built, contained, permanent structure. It's not portable, it's not movable, it does have a roof covering the whole structure. That it's not a separate coop, it's not a separate run, it's a combined system. And therefore, we would view this as an accessory, permanent accessory structure, must meet the 200 square feet. How a person divvies up, how much of it is for the actual coop and how much is for the activity area, the open area, we're not going to say that. You have 200 square feet in which to work. We aren't separating off, for example, we have people that build 200 square foot sheds and then want to put a 50-foot lean-to on the shed, so now you're at 250 square feet for wood. That's not compliant. That still goes against FAR. That's part of the lot coverage. So that's how we would view this. With this particular one, this is a freshly permitted one. You see that the actual coop here, oops, let me knock this over here. Come on back up. Okay, hold it up. So he has an existing shed that's roughly 150 square feet. So he's got this other one. He does not have a detached garage, so we're not worried about over lot coverage. He's under the 5%. And he's under, you have a 30-foot coop and 121-foot run is the long rectangular. So therefore, this is 150 foot. He's off the 10 feet off the rear yard. So this is a compliant application for an accessory structure. And so that's how we would look at the structures that are physically combined and permanent, not movable. And how we would, that's an example of how we would look at that.
Dad, can you go back to that book? I'm sorry. Is that,
To the photo or to
it
the?
just says right there, what's the total square footage of this whole thing?
The total square footage of the long run and the shorter house, the coop, the area is 151 square feet.
Okay.
Okay, it's 121 for the run area and 30 square feet for the other structure.
Oh,
So this main house here is the 30, based on the footprint and plans, and it's very well done. He did get his electrical done correctly, so the gentleman complied. I didn't realize he needed it for it, and after I called him, he was very good with where we're at. And this is a compliance situation. So again, here's the, here's the math, how we came to this.
no. Should have waited to ask the question.
What was that?
Should have waited to ask the question.
That's all right. It was, and sorry, it was late getting the packet to you today. So that's what, these are the things that we are looking at looking at when we would approve something. Additionally, this is in the rear 120 feet of the yard. It's off the side yard setback, so this is a fully compliant situation.
So the side yard setback is 15 feet though, isn't it?
That's for the primary structure of the house. All
Okay.
accessory structures, garages, sheds, those other things, it's 5 feet.
For any accessory structure?
Right now, one of the discussions that we had from one of the groups was, is there a possibility of moving chicken coops to within that 15-foot setback of a primary cut structure for noise, for odor? Staff, that's always a prerogative, but staff looked at that as we will then have a lot of non-conforming existing coops that are out there. And so, also too, I think if we keep and make sure that when folks get their permits and they understand that you have to be 120 feet back from the front yard setback, that will get it behind most houses. So let me reduce this a minute for, so in this situation, this house is, the front line, property line is right here. This house is set back 50 feet. It's approximately a 30-foot wide, so his house is 80 feet from the front line. By code, you need a 50-foot rear yard. So if we're back 120 feet from this area, it should not be in conflict with other neighbors' houses. So we, from a staff perspective, would not be looking at a change in our current setbacks for accessory structures. So these are examples of various types of portable coops. There's others that come in wire with other types of structures. There's some that don't have the open play area attached to the mobile cart. They use a temporary fence that they move and relocate with. Those would be things that we would be asking the applicant to show us. How are they going to provide that space, and how are they going to contain birds so they don't become at large? And we would work with them. Thus, it reduces the necessity to require a 6-foot privacy fence, which was raised as an issue during the meetings. So that is to answer, and that was a question that came up at the last public hearing that I think was left open-ended. That being said, I think we've spent a lot of time. This has been an absolutely public process, and I want to thank everybody from all sides of the debate here for your participation in this process. This is what we need to do. We did listen, we heard the positions of folks on, you know, where we're going to go. But for looking at the whole community as a whole, staff is recommending the revised ordinance as presented. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
I just want to clarify again the setbacks. So for any accessory structure, you could be within 5 feet of a side yard,
Correct.
and the rear yard, 5 or 10.
It's, if there's no utility, in the way our code is written, if there's no utility back, the sanitary sewer, electrical, those types of things, it could be 5 feet. If not, like that one had a 10-foot rear yard utility easement because the city sanitary sewer runs right underneath that
Okay.
easement.
So it's consistent with what the accessory structures are? Okay.
There are some deviations and special rules for the corner side yards and corner things, but it would have to meet what's published in the code.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So the way I read this proposed draft is that we're putting a number on the number of chicken. I'm gonna just call them chickens, just for ease. Yes. So 20 chickens. So we're limiting to 20 chickens, and then we're also limiting the size of the coop/run. So we've gone through these numbers in previous meetings, and to me, the numbers don't jive, because if we have said before that a coop would require, there was a range between 3 and 5, then I heard a range between 2 and 6 square feet per bird. So if I just for ease of math, if I take 4 feet at 20 birds, that's 80 square feet. Now, for the run, there was a number of 10 square feet per bird, so times 20, that's 200. So I arrive at 280 would be the required size of the coop/run to have happy birds.
So there were a lot of numbers that have gone up, presented, but the issue came up as there was no recommendation from staff on square footage per hen or bird. There were other ordinances that were presented from other towns that limited the birds. What was brought up during the public information meetings and stuff was that you have different varieties of birds. Some are tiny birds and don't need very much room, and then you have very large birds. We're not here to dictate the type of birds. What we can control is the structures within the property under zoning. So if a person has a 200 square foot combined coop and run, and they want to go for the large bird, that's a self-limiting issue, if it works. And we did not present any evidence of what is a best practices standard, because in all my research, I didn't find any. The numbers on square footage that I spoke about in those first 2 public meetings were all based on numbers published in other people's ordinances.
But so for that reason, if we didn't have a limit on the number, but on the size, then it would be up to the owner of having 50 tiny little birds and 20 larger birds. So that's why I use an average, just to get, make some kind of sense of these numbers. I would like them to work together, and today, in my mind, they don't quite work. But it's not again, I am not an expert, I just crunch numbers. There will probably be a question more towards the chicken owners if what I say makes any sense at all.
Well, there's going to be some limiting factors on the number of birds anyway, depending on, do people already have a detached garage? Do they already have a 200 square foot shed? Are they already built up?
Right, but that's covered in other parts of the code.
No, that's all under our, that's all.
Well,
under
well,
our
well, in other sections, right? So we know that if an owner has a large garage and a shed, they're limited on, so basically there's a limit on auxiliary structures.
So we have a set finite number of permitted accessory structures. That's 3. And it's cut up, you can have 1 detached garage up to a max of 720. You could have one at 400. If you have one at 400, you don't get the extra footage in 2 other buildings. That's not how the code works. It's a very finite number because it's enforceable. Having a finite number of foul chippings or whatever combination that ends up to be is what would help with consistency, because then, one person may end up with 50, one may end up with 12. We're looking at consistency here, a way to do some enforcement, and, I'm not going to dictate you need 2 square feet per bird, you need 6 square feet per bird. What we're looking at is being consistent with what the city code is already for accessory structures.
But doesn't our code have room to go up to 280 square feet?
On 2 separate structures. You can have a 200 square foot shed and then an 80 square foot garden structure for garden tools. It's not a combined ag.
So if the two were not, so we had a picture here where they were connected. If they were not connected, now it's okay for 280? 200 for the run and 80 for the coop?
We're looking, if someone wants to go to that level, we'd have to take a look at it. I'm not going to speculate here and make assumptions of what it is. What we're looking at is our code has been written for all the accessory structures at a 200 square foot max. And we get examples all the time where people max out their building and all of a sudden they buy another toy, or they want to have an outdoor fire pit, so now they want to store firewood, they want to do these. Now all these structures start getting larger and larger. And then we have, because we have a defined size, it allows us to look at, and we're treating all the properties and all similar structures similarly. And that way we don't get into selective enforcement.
Quick question, if the run is not covered, is that considered part of the 200 square feet?
Nope, that's just like a dog run, which is already defined in the code as not
So
being.
if somebody wants to do a 200-foot coop and then have an open run, they could.
They could, or if they wanted to put the proper fence and have a free run in their backyard, they could do that. We're not saying that.
Okay.
That's
So that allows-
a management
Well,
choice by the people who are owning the chickens. That's not, we're
Okay.
just looking at the structures.
What's your definition of approved fence?
So, approved fences, like wood, metal, concrete block, and it has to be aesthetically pleasing. Like we get all different types. We get vinyl, 6-foot vinyl fences. We've seen board on board. We've seen solid. We've seen brick replica panels that are all manufactured production. What we're not going to approve on the property lines is cattle fencing, chicken coop, wire. If they want to use that as a temporary run to go with to keep them contained within, but as a permanent fence, it has to be the same standards as any other resident would be for a permanent fence.
But what you're saying, like so on page 3, for instance, fowl are allowed to roam out of a coop in a rear yard with an approved fence. So you're talking about their perimeter fencing, not the fencing attached to the coop.
No, for example, let's say, and I've seen these not here in Prospect Heights, but where I live, where a person has the bottom, one of my neighbors has the bottom coop, okay? That does not have an attached run. But what he does is he does take a temporary fence and he cordons off and he runs it so the birds can come up and down the ramp into a safe place. That's on the interior of the yard.
Okay.
That's what and as long as that's what they're proposing, that's what they do. We don't, from a staff perspective, have an issue with that. What we're looking at is, that's not material that would be an approved perimeter fencing that any other resident would be allowed to construct.
Do we have a definition of fence in the code somewhere?
Yes, it's in chapter 5.
So, but that would pertain to like somebody coming in for a fence permit, like we just had in the last case?
Correct.
Okay, so for a temporary type fencing, is that part of the permit then for when they get a coop?
Yes, one of the things, and we haven't even started writing the applications because we don't know what the issues are yet. But what we'd be looking at is, how are you going to safely contain the birds? A safe structure that's required by the Illinois Department of Ag. You got to have a nice safe. How are you keeping the food? What's your plan for sanitation? What's your plan for exercise? How are you going to keep your fowl from being at large? Okay, and if that method is a temporary mobile coop like this with a temporary fencing structure that moves with the coop or can be relocated with that mobile coop within the perimeter inside of their rear yard, not on the perimeters, that's fine. They may choose to do a different type of perimeter fence that then would have to come in for a regular permit.
Okay. And so it's similar to a dog run. We're not telling them what kind of fence they put up for a dog run, are we?
No, we have dog runs where people buy the manufactured kits and reconfigure, and we've got people that put up chain link fence, we've got people that put up board on board dog runs.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
I appreciate everybody that you got together after last meeting with both sides and you guys were able to hash a lot of that out because everybody's neighbors. But, so this really came about because of bad chicken owners that were not, there was complaints. So my question is, what is this going to do to take care of those complaints? So I see revocation, that you would issue a violation, and then 3 violations, for 12 months, you could not have chickens.
Correct.
So what is can I call today, can I call Tuesday, can I call Wednesday? Or is there a time period to correct the violation?
Okay, this is where this started out is because most times a complaint goes into the police department. It never gets categorized as a full complaint because the police department arrived, rooster's not crowing, they don't deal with that. When every violation we have in the property maintenance code and that we have now is that when we're brought aware of a situation, the first thing we do is investigate. Is it in fact a violation or not? We give the owner of here's your compliance letter, this is your notice, you have this much time to comply.
How much time?
In these types of cases, usually 30 days, because it's not life-threatening, okay? If they fail to do that, we always give a second notice.
Is that a second violation? Is that considered a second violation?
No, because we haven't issued a formal ticket, okay? We're not, the whole goal of trying to work with our folks under enforcement is not to issue tickets, not to take their money in court. That's always a last resort. We want to see compliance. We want to get to a point where they're compliant. And if they don't, ultimately we could take them to court. We had 3 situations after the last hearing where, and these were people that didn't even know this was going on, called because their neighbors had got, one of them had a rooster right back here by the swimming pool, and every time whistles would blow at the pool, the rooster would crow for 10 minutes, and I could hear him a block and a half away here. It took me 4 days to find out which property he was at. Okay, so 4 days we sat and found, once we found it, sent him a letter. The guy didn't realize because he wasn't home. Okay, once we gave him the letter, he relocated he still has his hens, you know, and we had that a couple different times this year. But the hard part is usually the calls go to the police department. If they don't hear it, they're on to the next call, and then it doesn't get registered. In terms of if we have a problem property and we have to escalate it to a ticket or a non-compliance level, then that's when they're, but we want to work with all the residents to allow them to do that, and hopefully they become good owners.
Absolutely. So who gives out the violation? The police department or the building department?
Right now, under the noise control ordinance, it's supposed to be the police department.
No, I'm saying if this
If
this
this
draft.
goes in, this comes into the building and zoning department.
Okay. So do you have to hear it?
Physically, what we'll do is, yeah, and that's the problem. And I know it was brought up in the other hearing, the meeting, that there's some case law, that does not directly apply to us going out there and listening to somebody's video, cell phone video of a rooster calling, because that's still hearsay third party, okay? The courts have been very, in property maintenance and code enforcement cases, they've been very specific that it has to be witnessed by you. You can't just take a statement from a neighbor that it happened, okay? They're not taking it. We have to stand in front of the judge and say, on this date and time, yes, we observed or witnessed this violation.
Yeah, I think I got a little confused there because I thought the whole purpose for doing this was because we couldn't, because the police had to hear it. And now
Yeah.
no one's
No,
still.
the issue is they wouldn't do anything with it. Now they would send it to us saying, hey, we got a call, can you follow up with this person? And then we can ask the question, do you have roosters? Are you doing this? Are you aware of anything? And if they don't, you know, there's not much we can do until it's actually witnessed and observed.
I think he doesn't realize you
And
have to have
that's
noise complaints.
for all our codes.
There's nothing to verify.
If you do, you know that person
Yeah.
doesn't have a permit.
Jerry, I think what you're suggesting is, look this way, that if someone calls on a rooster making noise and the park is out there, is not making noise, you have the same problem, but you won't because if there's no roosters, there's noise. So now they can ticket if they have a rooster. So the noise doesn't have to be heard anymore because the fact that they get ticketed, the fact that they have a rooster. So the noise, you don't have to hear the noise anymore. Before you had to hear the noise because the noise, you were allowed to have a rooster,
So
according to this
What
ordinance.
we would do is say, we've got a complaint that you have a rooster and that this noise, we're either going to check it out. If you do, here's your noise, you have to relocate. And if we don't hear it, you know, we'll still say, hey, if you have one, please get rid of it. If it comes up again, then we have to escalate the situation. In which we do not, our goal is never ever to issue tickets. Okay, that's the last thing we want to do. And our attorney knows because we don't take a lot to court. We try and resolve them here before we get there. But
Well, the goal of this, though, is to get rid of the people, the bad chicken people, or to draw them into
Yeah.
compliance.
And the problem is where most of the residents in town are, you know, over 90, our estimation based on numbers that we're saying here, about 99% of the population in Prospect Heights are non-chicken owners. And they have the right not to be disturbed by crowing roosters at various times. We've heard from a bunch of folks that have called and said, well, my neighbor's a nice neighbor, I just wish I didn't have to hear the rooster, but I don't want to tell them. And then we end up sometimes making a phone call, you know, does it get tracked really well? It hasn't, because most of the times the people don't want to file a formal complaint against their neighbor. One of the beauties of this town is our neighbors get along well together. I've been in a lot of different towns, and this is one of those towns where overall neighbors are overly friendly and they don't want to cause problems for each other.
Thank you.
Neil, I'm sorry, we were kind of confused. Could you say what you said again about you don't have to hear a rooster crowing?
It's because we're assuming they're not going to be allowed.
So current ordinance is if there's a rooster crowing, a neighbor calls the police or the building department, they would have to hear the rooster crow to put a violation.
Right.
With the new ordinance, the fact that someone would have a rooster gives them the right to put a violation. You don't have to hear it. You can physically see the rooster.
Or would they have to inspect to find a rooster? That's kind of like the...
I haven't gotten to that question yet, but I don't know yet.
On any complaint within the city to an adopted ordinance, we always have the right to request an inspection. okay? And so we would go and investigate. We never just go willy-nilly on people's property. That's not, we can't do that. So, but it does, we do have to follow up to the investigation. We do have to follow the complaint. We do have to see if it is. And if there is a rooster on a property, and this is the ordinance that prohibits it, and we find that property, then we can give you a notice of violation saying, hey, nobody's complaining, this is what is heard here, you have to get rid of the rooster because they're prohibited. We wouldn't necessarily issue a ticket at that time because we're always looking to give our residents a chance to comply.
I have a couple of questions that came up while reading the draft. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go through those. The first one is, while applying for the permit, the draft specifies to register with the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Is that, why?
That was brought up during the first public comment period when we were doing the initial research. The registration with the Department of Agriculture for livestock premise for keeping chickens is that should there be a health issue with the flock in the area, they are the ones who track it. They're the ones that want to know about it. Granted, they're set up mainly for production farms, but I know we have one area of town where there are 5 chicken owners that have shared backyards. So if one gets it and there's a health issue, it's a free registration. It just knows that the Illinois Department of Agriculture is aware that they're doing it. There's no cost. From a staff perspective, we look at it as just a way to have an additional resource should something bad happen. And it's a free, no cost.
Could that be made optional as part of the application? We suggest registering, and, I mean, I don't know how chicken owners feel, but.
It was just one way to give us, the city, an additional resource. During the research of other municipalities, it was about a 40 required it, 60% didn't, so it's not a common, and if that's an area that we don't need to have, we really don't need to have it. I just thought when we put it based on, due to the number of folks, it gave us another resource through the Department of Agriculture.
I mean, would you require proof of registration at the time of permit? Is that how it would work, or?
Because it's a free online registration, they would go online, register the property, they give them a receipt that they've registered, they can just show it to the city.
So it would be part of the permit process? And how do you then get access to who's registered? Is it open to the public to know who's registered, who's not?
With the Department of Ag or with us?
So you had stated it gives you a place to follow who's registered, who's not, or know where chickens are in our community.
If, let's say that we, at some point in time, it's brought to our attention that we have a resident that's having an issue with health with their flock, okay? And hopefully that never happens. But by having it registered in the resources of then having the property registered, the resources of the potential Department of Ag with tracking and any assistance that they may have. I don't know 100% what they have, but it was one in doing the initial research back last winter. There was a number of communities who saw value in it.
So Anthony brought up a good point. So it's more if us 4 have chickens and mine happen to be sick, the department would potentially notify everyone in the area, there's an area, be careful of your chicken. So it's more of a precaution for that.
And in talking with them at the Department of Ag, that's how they laid it out to be. They're not going to come out and do an inspection unless there's a filing of something going on. And mainly they're going to get out warnings that if you're in an area, you may want to have, keep an eye on your flock and track what the illness is.
Another thing that came up was the fees, and this is just for, I think I understand it now after reading all the way through, and midpoint through I got confused. So basically, there's an initial fee, which is a permit, a building permit, and a zoning permit. Building permit's $50, zoning is 40. So that's why, that's the 90 one-time fee first year when we apply to keep chickens. And then every year thereafter, $40 zoning fee.
Correct.
Okay.
And that is because this is now an accessory use, an accessory zoning use, and it would cover, us to paperwork of the annual renewals. We would do a one-time just check, and all we would be checking to see if any of the conditions changed at the property. As chickens and fowl are live animals, there's the potential for changes. They're dynamic, like any other animal. And so it would be a very uninvasive, has it come in, any other changes, a quick look, coops, was there an addition to the coop, was there not addition, and we're out. That's all it is, to verify that the zoning is still in compliance.
So is that inspection for the $40 that you're talking about, is that the same as a routine inspection?
Yes.
So should we put annual inspection there instead of routine?
We could, that language for the routine inspection is consistent with other areas of our code where we use that language when we need to be able to have access. And it's not like we just go on people's property. We always seek permission. We'll call you, we'll knock on the door, we'll do that. We just don't go into people's yards.
So it would be up to them, though, to file that annual renewal?
What we would do is we already do business licenses out of our office. We track elevator inspections. We do almost 1,800 multifamily rental first inspections, and it's already a simple where a notice would go out in January for your renewal, and we would pick whatever the dates are, and we'd give you 3 months to get your paperwork in, and then schedule and then we'd schedule the inspection at your convenience. And we've learned a lot about sanitation and safety on the inspections, and we will follow protocols that ensure that it's the minimally invasive, and we take all the precautions necessary to protect the flocks. We're not going to be going into the coops. We're not going to be going and picking up the chickens. We're going to be verifying the structure.
Location.
So is there opportunity to modify or remove this language from the draft section 5-3-21, item number 3, where it says, as a condition of the permit, the homeowner wishing to maintain a hen coop agrees to allow access to the property to the city for routine inspection purposes? Does that mean, because that reads to me at any time?
We could change it because you're going to get the initial inspection, and
Right.
then you're going to get the renewal, and then if we get a complaint, you're going to get a call from us and then just a knock on the door saying, hey, what's going on? Is this factual, is it not factual? So that can be changed just to the annual inspection.
So we don't do routine inspections on any accessory structure, right, once it's permitted?
Exactly. Right.
The issue is in the residential district, we don't have any other accessory uses. We have accessory structures, but the use of allowing the keeping of chickens is the use. The structures, if this was just a structure, you were putting up a shed, no, that's not the issue. What to do is you're keeping, and the livestock is what it is, and it's keeping in a residential district. That's supposed to be primary use is residential.
But then,
Residential.
so what are you inspecting? Are you inspecting chickens? Or are you inspecting the coop?
We are going to be looking at, have there been changes? Have there been additions to the flock? Have there been additions to the coop? That's it, to make sure that they're still in compliance with the zoning requirements.
Yeah, but again, as Neil said, any other structure doesn't get an annual inspection. A garage, a shed doesn't get an inspection for the structure. So by you specifying that you're inspecting the use, that's where my question is, are you inspecting chickens or are you inspecting the structure?
It's the items that go along with the use, okay? Has their sanitation plan, are they still keeping their properties up? Because I've seen over years, people that are very good when things first start, things happen in their lives, and it may not, the issues that are causing changes may not be that issue there, but that's where it's seen at. There may be social, there may be other issues in the families that are causing things not to work. We've got people that don't maintain certain things. They were maintained beautifully, they've changed. We just had another one today where a guy said, okay, I'm adding on a roof to a second level to my shed. Okay, no permit. He had a permit for the original shed.
Yeah, but that's a violation, right?
Understood, okay, but where this is coming in is that permitting the keeping of chickens is an accessory use. It's the only accessory use right now, other than home occupations, and we do check home occupations periodically for meeting the square footage requirements. Not more than 20%, 1/4 of the square footage of the house can be used for the business. We've looked at beauty salons in people's houses. We look when there's issues of traffic. Over time, it doesn't happen often, but those uses, those accessory uses and permitted home occupations are also subject to periodic inspections.
Right, but also, the reason for this entire exercise was to be able to address complaints. So if there is a complaint, then yes, then inspection is in order to correct the complaint. But if there isn't a complaint, then you know, maybe there is no need for this inspection. I mean,
The question comes is on an annual basis, how are we going to ensure that they're being met with the 20 bird limit? I'm asking the question.
So I think,
So I would say that we've kept chickens in the city for 50 years, and we've had a few complaints. So now by adding these amendments to the code, now we have a mechanism to address these complaints. Another thing that actually just popped into my head, if I think Jerry mentioned that about good and bad chicken owners. If a chicken owner registers with the city and reapplies for the zoning permit annually, I would say chances are they're extremely good chicken owners. So inspecting them might not be that beneficial.
maybe a little intrusive.
Huh?
Little intrusive.
Well, the unlimited access, yes.
The counter is, you know, without the language of routine inspections, if that owner who 1 year submits a license, a permit application, doesn't renew it, doesn't do that, then, and they don't notify the city that they're not keeping chickens anymore, where do we go for enforcement?
Well, now you have record, right? So you know that the house at 2 Maple has chickens, and next year they don't reapply. So you can send a notice or give a call, listen, do you still have chickens?
Well, I think
If
that
so,
if they don't
then-
file for permit, that alone, and you see a chicken coop in their backyard, that alone doesn't require the annual inspection. That alone just violates the permit, right? Because they haven't, like having a dog and knowing you have a dog and they haven't reapplied for the dog tags. Same thing to a point, if chicken coops are very visible from backyards, or obviously potentially visible, or a neighbor complains, to the point where this whole thing started, I disagree with you saying that there's only been a few complaints, we have no idea how
Right,
many
we
complaints.
don't know, right.
We don't know that
Right,
number.
right.
But I do think that the whole point of this is to provide a vehicle for complaints to be resolved.
Right.
And if tomorrow my neighbor has a chicken coop that bothers me in any stretch, I should be able to call the city and say, hey, listen, there's a rooster crowing, can you do something? that allows you into their backyard with this permit. I don't think, I find it a little potentially intrusive if if I'm living up to everything that I've been asked to do, have a coop that's the right size, maintaining my chickens, I don't feel like I should be annually inspected for that. That's my opinion on it. No more than if I had a two-car garage, and I built a garage, and I kept it as a two-car garage. Now, if I built a third-car garage and someone saw it and you call, you have the right to go look at it. If the coop goes from 200 square feet to 400 square feet, I understand that it's hard to enforce everything, and I don't think you'll be able to enforce everything. I don't think so. I think we're trying to get to the point where we can enforce the bad chicken owners and keep them regulated to some point without being too intrusive to the good chicken owners. So having that.
And the balance comes in is if I call to try and get an inspection, and I'm told, no, my recourse is to go to court to get a warrant.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a judge in Cook County, Illinois that would grant a warrant to inspect a chicken coop. I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Okay, but at what point then does a person disagree? And the attorney's laughing because he knows the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's not, we don't envision this, but there's got to be the whole about trying to get this to be a permitted accessory use forever, the rest of the time in Prospect Heights. Because with this ordinance in, it doesn't give the board, the city council, a right to change this and say, hey, it's not written, so you can't have them, which could happen without this, creating this ordinance. So there needs to be some minor mechanisms that are reasonable. We're not just gonna be going in, we're not gonna be going through your houses to see this and that. It's just, is the use appropriate?
Yeah,
Has
but
any changes been made? And if the ZBA doesn't think that's appropriate, that's the decision that you guys can make. I'm presenting based on research and other municipal ordinances related to keeping chickens. Also, too, on 34 years of managing code enforcement programs in 4 major municipalities, and issues that we've run into that. And you're right, it's the small size, it's the small things. But the small things grow, and if you don't get on top of it at an early stage, then it gets worse.
I think we're supporting the whole idea about having upfront guidelines. So everybody knows when you're putting a chicken coop in, how big, where, so it's out there, and it's part of, what anybody that wants to do it is going to be bound by those same guidelines. I think the only question here is the annual inspection.
Do other towns have it?
Yes.
Which towns?
Oh, I would have to go back to my original reports.
Yeah.
So, do you feel an annual inspection is gonna be, let's say, let's say we have 500 permits for chicken coops. How many do you anticipate? Do you have an idea how many you'll anticipate?
We estimated at one point during the public meeting phase that there was roughly between 75 and 100 property chicken keepers in town, and that was verified. I don't know the fact because we have no mechanism to know.
Okay, so let's say it's 100, and you can do one a day, right? So that's 100 days out of a working year. What is it? 200 and.
I've got 2 inspectors who can assign one a day to different properties.
I just, to me, I feel, I understand that it should be some kind of vehicle to regulate the coop and that and make sure they're in compliance. I just don't know if an annual inspection is that particular way. That's just, I understand your point is you've got to find a vehicle but I think complaints might do it. I think we have to come up with a happy medium in that in terms of.
Okay, this situation here, and this is, I'm just gonna use this picture here, just for one of the reasons that I see the value in an annual inspection. The gentleman initially builds a code compliant situation, then over his time period, now he decides he wants to run extension cords from the house to the coop. Now you got a building code violation and a safety violation for both the chickens because they could be, shorts in the line, and residents, because you're not supposed to run extension cords over grass over the yard as a permanent method of powering that coop. So there are changes that could happen. Not that the people intentionally want to violate the code, but our life safety, and that's a visual. I saw that during an inspection on another permit.
Yeah, and something else.
You just need to tell them, you need to tell them.
Okay. Can I please ask that we finish with Dan's testimony, and then we'll invite everybody to the podium, because your comments are not really recorded when you speak from your seat. You have to be next to the microphone. So I respectfully ask that once this is done, then we'll invite the public to speak.
I don't know if I could propose anything, but could I just, so in Wheeling, if you have rental property, because this is like, I don't want to say punitive, but we're trying to get the bad apples out. We don't want to do it at the expense of everybody that obeys the law. So if you have rental property in Wheeling, they'll come in. If they come in and inspect 1 year, and you pass 100%, you get a 3-year, they don't come back for 3 years. If they give you a violation and you correct that violation within, I don't remember, 30, 60, 90 days, whatever it is, you get a 2-year pass. If you're going to be, and you're not going to make that correction, then it's every year. And you don't have to pay the fee either. You only have to pay the fee when they come. And I've proposed that to Mayor Levinson for investment property too. So I mean, to me, it's more, it helps people that are doing the right thing, gives them a break, and the people that aren't obeying, then we're going to be back in 12 months, another $40. Just happened to come up to me, just happened to thought.
No, that's a potential option. It's one that was not considered. Okay, I've seen those programs in rental here in Prospect Heights. We inspect 1,800 rental units, single family and multifamily. Every year. And the reason being is, we used to have a major gang problem. We used to have a major building deterioration problem. We used to have a major area of our town that was deteriorating around, and we had landlords that took advantage of the people that couldn't afford to make the changes, and they left them in unhealthy situations. During COVID, and this is just a sidetrack, during COVID, when we couldn't go and do inspections, we saw a rapid deterioration of those living units in just 3 years, 3 short years. We saw an increase in violations go from roughly 20% to 60%. We've had 3 major meetings, and every single multifamily building in 2 subdivisions over there had multiple code violations because they were allowed not to be inspected for 3 years. Okay, so it's a city deal to try and not keep people's housing. I don't think checking for safety violations on a coop is unreasonable.
And I don't want to argue, but we have a gang problem, because I have property over there.
It used to be a lot worse.
And I've talked to the chief, and we have crime meetings several times about this, and I don't know, Wheeling has that. I don't know if they have a bigger gang problem than us or not. But
It's a big problem.
he has told me that, because that's how this whole thing came up for me, because I try to keep all my stuff up. But there's people that in buildings that everybody knows the buildings that are in violation. And most of the time, according to the chief, this is what he told me, they don't care. They do not conform. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense to me, that they're not conforming. He said that break door should have been fixed 2 years ago. It's not been fixed. We've given them a violation.
Dan, a quick question on that.
Let's
Digress.
Yeah, I don't want to get off on it.
Go back to the chickens.
The issue comes in is that there are many examples that can go on where there are different alternatives. If the PZBA is comfortable with a graduated scale, we would make it work. When I was asked to research this is the majority, almost every single ordinance that I looked at and had an annual inspection. One land only gives out 20 chicken cooping permits a year for the whole village. Other towns restrict the total number. We're not looking at being that restricted. We just want to make sure that the folks are, and hopefully he helps us catch those that are bad and not be as intrusive to the others that are good. But to answer the question that came up, the reason that was not compliant previously is because he did it without a permit. He came in after the facts and got compliance.
Dan, quick question. So if I come and get a chicken permit November 1st, and I build a coop, and you guys inspect it November 15th, of 2024, in the current way it's written, by November 15th of 2025, you can come do an inspection?
What we would do is we would issue your, and we're working out the details of the actual application timeframe, but we're probably going to be looking at it as a calendar year permit with the inspection happening at some point during that calendar year. Because we know we can't do multiples on a daily basis, so there has to be some time frame. So it would be, you get your permit for 2025. At some point during 2025, you'll have your inspection. The renewal will come out for 2026 at some time, and we will coordinate the work with the schedules of the property owners. That's how we do all our other scheduling.
How about, here's kind of going up with Jerry thing, I like what he had said to a point. If I get a permit November 15th of let's say January 1st of 2025, and you guys come and inspect, and I'm good, and you permit my coop, that buys me at least a year, because I've already got this inspected for a year. After a year, you have up to 2 years to get into there, up to 2 years. And if they get a violation, you have a right to come back. If there is no violation, then it goes to 3 years. So once every 5 years, or twice every 5 years, it's not as intrusive, but it allows you to at least verify what's there. But because we do have to worry about tomorrow, and I know people are probably gonna do it, they want to have more than the city allows. The minute they pass that inspection, 2 weeks later, there's gonna be a call, hey, let me expand this a little more. It's gonna happen to a very few people, but it's gonna happen. So this at least allows some regulation of that. That's kind of a sliding scale, I guess we'll call it.
And if that's a direction that PZBA would like to go in and has a recommendation, that's fine. I just recommended what has been there. And if that's the direction, we can work with it.
So, Director Peterson, we have Exhibit 6 here. If you could take a look, there is a column here for permit and inspection. Does that mean annual inspection or initial inspection?
That means both. And here's, like, for example, Bartlett, they only issue 25 licenses on an annual basis. Okay, so they're doing an initial. If you want to keep it, you have to have another one. Elgin has an annual, Long Grove has an annual, Mundelein has an annual, Rolling Meadows has an annual, because there's 25 licenses in Rolling Meadows, 20 in Mundelein. Let's see, Lombard, Darien, Lyle, Westmont, they all have an initial inspection and an annual. So it's been consistent throughout. If you want further details, I'd have to go back and pull their ordinances. I don't have them with me.
I did not realize that. I thought this was a permit initial inspection.
Is it?
So, you know, and again, if the will of the PZBA is to go to it every other year, that's fine. And, you know, we're not here to try and invade people's privacy, but on the other hand, we see it in the construction industry. I approve, and we just had another one, I approve a house, they didn't want the handrail on the wall. The code requires a handrail to get occupancy. I was over there for a bathroom inspection, I walked in, guess what? They had taken the handrail down in the 2 weeks between the one inspection to get the occupancy and when they had it came back on the plumbing permit. It's not that people will intentionally cheat, but there are people that cheat. You know, and this is I think a minimal requirement. With that, I'm done.
Okay. Okay.
Unless you have other questions.
Any other questions? Yeah. All right, well, thank you, Dr. Peterson. At this time, we can open up to the public to address any of the new items that have been brought up. We don't want to rehash just keep it to the.
You can remind them that any testimony that was discussed last time is still appropriate.
And just a reminder, if you've been sworn in at the previous hearing in June, you don't have to be re-sworn in, but if you're giving new testimony tonight or a new speaker, you do have to.
That's good to explain it.
But everyone does need to state their name and address for the record.
And just as a point of order, just keep in mind that this is a continued hearing. Everything that was testified, if you testified at the last hearing, your testimony is included in the record. If you want to speak again, you can. But again, there's no need to repeat prior testimony because that is already considered in the record.
Yes. Okay, so let's resume the meeting. Let me try to propose the way forward. So at this point, we have a draft that has been created over the past year, that took a year to create by the staff. We will invite the public to provide their approval or concerns with this draft as presented, and those recommendations of approval or disapprovals will become part of the record for the city council to view and or hear. Once the public is done with their testimony, then this panel will after hearing Dr. Peterson and hearing the public, we will provide our recommendations to the draft, and then we will vote on the draft as presented with our recommendations to move it forward to the city council.
That would include any proposed, so at the end of this, there'd be a motion to approve the draft as presented, and if the board wants to make any specific edits or changes to the draft as presented, they would forward that recommendation on with those specific changes. For example, if they wanted to eliminate fowl and make it chickens, we approve this draft as presented, but we want to remove fowl and we want to make it chickens. Something of that, just for example.
Yes. Having said that, we welcome the public to provide their comments. If you have not been sworn in, please let me know. Actually, if there are people that have not been sworn in, I can swear everybody in at this time.
What if you've been sworn in March?
Then you don't have to. If you have been part of this meeting,
Machi, the actual public hearing was June 24th, so if you didn't speak at the last meeting, they have to be sworn in, because that was the official public hearing. The other two meetings
Okay.
were just
Informational meetings.
okay. So if you were part of the last public hearing and you have been sworn in, you don't have to. If you have not, then I can swear you in at this time.
I was not here. I don't remember how.
So to be on the safe side, if you want to speak, just be sworn in.
If anyone wants to speak, stand up and please make it.
Thank you.
Do you swear that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you could please come up and state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Council. My name is Megan Polis, and I live at 600 North Elmhurst Road, Prospect Heights. I'm here just to first and foremost say that this coop, I remember from the March presentation, and it was brought up as somebody who's not in compliance. Dan said that they were in an easement that was over a sewer, which I at the time thought was pretty concerning. I didn't know about that could even be a thing. And it in fact is in compliance, as you can see from the survey. I know this family. They did get permits.
After the fact.
After the fact that they got chickens. But they poured a foundation and got a permit for the for the foundation. They do have a shed that's in an easement, but that's something that they bought with the property and was grandfathered in, or it's not an issue. But for this, I remember in the last March meeting, it was said that they were in a sewer easement, that they had electrical running, which I do actually see in this picture, it looks like some kind of cord, and that they had bought the chickens and had done other changes to their house and realized when you would come, or somebody had come to check their property for auto permits, that they were out of compliance. At least that was the story that was in March. So I don't know how this can now finally be an example of somebody who is in compliance and also non-compliant, as presented in the March meeting.
I think, from what I understand, it was not original compliance. They've worked with the city to get it into compliance.
No, they bought chickens, they got a permit,
Okay?
they poured a foundation, they built the structure,
And they corrected the electrical,
and they corrected the electrical when Dan came out and told them that they couldn't have a court.
the courts.
But it was used as an example in the March meeting, that it was a non-compliant chicken owner who meant well, got chickens, and because there wasn't an ordinance or a written set of rules, that they were unknowingly out of the ordinance for the village, but that wasn't in fact the case.
Are they here?
They are not.
Dan, would you like to respond?
Yes. This picture was taken before the June hearing. This was taken this summer. I personally took the photo. The family had gotten variations for other projects, and they were in a roof permit. This was at the time I testified at the June public hearing, and this was first presented at the June public hearing, is it was out of compliance because they did not have a permit. And we did not know if it was over the sanitary sewer easement. I did reach out to the owner, informed them that, we're not going to do a penalty, we're not going to do this, and he applied for an after-the-fact permit. He showed and proved that he was in compliance, and he took care of the electrical, and at that time, we even charged the proposed new chicken rate instead of the standard accessory structure rate that was in the books. So this was the case, yes, I brought it up, but it wasn't brought up until June. As you can see by the foliage, this was a summer picture, and the family has been very good. They did not know that of the requirements. So when I saw it, they brought it into compliance and with an after-the-fact permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
But this chicken coop was actually built the year prior. It was built in last season. They had chickens all throughout the winter. So it was actually built last year.
The thing is, to build a structure, you need a permit. They didn't have a permit. It's irrelevant to the point of this. There's nothing in this ordinance that would affect that. You see
I
what
would
I'm
just
saying?
say, we have to, is there proof of that? This family, I would very much doubt that they would do that.
But the question is, how does that affect the ordinance today? I don't understand your point in what's,
My point is that if he's using somebody as a good citizen who didn't do something and didn't realize that that there was an ordinance and or where they could build it, that's not what happened here. They did get a permit. I'm not calling him
But it was after fact, they got a permit.
They got a permit from the get-go. They poured a foundation.
No. I do the sewer inspections, and I actually went out there to make sure that structure wasn't over the sewers. And they did not have a permit when I went out there.
So they were asking for a permit?
No, they had no permit, they built it. Dan went out there for another inspection and noticed it was back there. And then saw.
Was it this season or last season? Because they built it last season.
it's irrelevant.
They still have an open permit that hasn't been.
But I guess it's irrelevant to
That permit
the-
wasn't for that structure.
I guess even if what you're saying is correct, I don't know how that pertains to the ordinance we're trying to vote on today.
My feeling on this, though, is that if there is, okay, if my friend isn't telling me the truth, fine. My concern is that you guys think that somebody might be messing with their chicken coop or changing structures on their chicken coop because they don't know the ordinances. I don't think anybody would do that. I don't think that that's what happened to these people. And I also think that if they haven't even signed off on their chicken coop yet, which has been there for a year and a half now, how are you guys following up with permits? Building permits or annual inspections? These people still haven't ordered a permit.
So we can't speak to them, but I think the point of the whole ordinance is to regulate where chicken coops go, sizes, and so forth. They don't have a vehicle in place to do that right now. So the ordinance is to do that. So if this particular neighbor, when they wanted to build one, would come into the city, say, here's what I want to build, the city say, yes, you're in compliance, go ahead and build it, or no, you're not in compliance, here's what you're allowed to build, and allows them to build something that's in compliance.
Yeah.
So for this particular one, if it was, let's say, on the sewer easement, they would have to take it down. Unknowingly, they built it on a sewer unless they did.
Although
So
the shed is on.
their shed is not on, the shed might be correct, but let's say they built this today on the sewer easement, and the city happened to get notified of it. The city would have to make them take it down. Do you follow? So they're trying to protect that, so when people do build their coops, they're building them in compliance. So that would actually protect this particular owner.
I understand that, but when it was brought to the council in June, I guess, or if that's what it was, then he said that it was on the easement, and that they were going to have to move it. I'm just fact checking.
I think what was said is if it happened to be on the sewer easement.
No, he said they were uncompliant, they were on, the structure was on.
He just testified that it wasn't the case. So,
Okay, well, we should look at the transcript because.
I don't think that'll make a difference on today's ordinance, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Nikki Moylan. I'm at 108 West Kenilworth. Okay, we can come back to that. I think there are some important things though for this house, but I just want to kind of go through the draft because I have some edits for you guys if you're willing to take them. So in terms of, I kind of agree with what Mr. Kempa said about the number of birds. I think, again, just what he said before, I'm in agreement with about not putting a number on it because the structure should dictate based on what kind of birds you have. If you look in like any Google search, if you pick up any chicken book from Tractor Supply, like about 4 square feet on average for the coop is a very accurate average that you'll see over and over on websites. So I'm not sure why the information was given that you couldn't find an average. In terms of roosters, there was actually really good evidence given by Dan of why when you asked Mr. Simmons about the fee or the fines, that the 3 strikes is already embedded into the current system, right? And the example Mr. Peterson gave about the rooster by the pool, he went over there, they got rid of the rooster. Our folks who complained in October about a rooster, the rooster has since been gone without any of this ordinance happening. Just people talking to people or finding out that someone was complaining and getting rid of a rooster. So there's actually quite a lot of evidence here that our current 3 strikes you're out works. In terms of the coop and run situation, since we have this on the board, Mr. Peterson added to that lot coverage, Title V, Chapter 3, Section 4, the exclusions. I don't know if we need to pull that up, but I swear earlier when he pulled it up, he added open air foul run. That's an open air foul run. The air flows through that foul run. Every run that has been on the screen is quote unquote an open air foul run. The only difference is maybe covered or not covered, but a lot of the examples that were given of like the mobile coops, and if you decided you want to be able to house 20 birds. So for example, we have about 180 square feet if you include our run and our coop. I couldn't humanely house 20 even normal sized chickens. I could have some quail, could have 20 quail, but most people here are talking about chickens, and that would not be humane. So I feel like you're like forcing people to work with this 20 number when, like, if you just took out the run and let the run, I actually went on a quick, if everyone does a quick Google search of dog run, the second image that shows up looks exactly like a chicken run you can get on Wayfair for $400. It's a covered dog run, it's called a kennel, and that's exempt, but why are chicken runs not exempt when they can look exactly the same? If you want it to be lower to the ground, we can do that. Like, if you don't want it to be tall, although most people have an average height so that they can clean it properly. So I'm just really, I liked that open air was added, but I want to be really clear that this would be allowed then as, oh, they only have that 30 square foot coop would be their accessory structure. Like, the run does not need to be an accessory structure. Water can flow through it, it's open air, it's not, you don't need to pour foundation, you don't need to pour concrete. So I would really like the council to consider that, because that makes a huge difference in allowable structure size to humanely house birds, which I think is really important. In terms of the extension cords, had we had an ordinance in place with an educational component, that could have been easily avoided. I just think that a simple packet given to, or when you put your permit in, that could be avoided too. So in terms, I don't think a re-inspection is needed if you give people all the information needed up front. I double checked with Des Plaines, who recently allowed chickens. They do not require a re-inspection for coops. Okay, in terms of the Department of Agriculture, I think that's too far reaching. You're going to know where all the chicken owners are in Prospect Heights when we all apply for a permit. So I think that's far reaching. There was a typo in 5321A1. It says raising/keeping of hens. I believe that should say fowl now. In 5321A2D, that page was not kept on the screen long enough. Dan did send it to me or to us earlier. Again, I think the annual zoning inspection needs to come out. It says permit is required to bind fowl. I need a clarification on that, because many people start with a small number of birds because when they get to 5 years old, they're still alive but not laying eggs, so you're consistently adding to your flock. So you might start with 3, but in a few years end up with 15 or whatnot, or more. So every time I go to Tractor Supply, I need to call Prospect Heights because I need to tell them I need permission, even if I'm under my 20, because that's how this is stated here.
Which one is that?
5321D, it says permit is required to buying. I just want to clarify that. Or just new, I just want to
This
check.
applies to the new, that's what we had talked about previously, because we don't want people going out and buying all their stuff until they have approval.
So we don't have to do it after, right?
No.
Just the first time. Okay.
So, and then that would be part of your permit as an existing will tell us what.
You can have up to 20.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going through my notes because I feel like there was something else. For 5321, there's a bunch of numbers now. I think it's the new number 10. We had given new wording to Dan that I hope the board was all given in the email from Tiffany Hinton, who could not be here tonight. Did you guys all receive our draft?
That was sent as part of the package.
That's Exhibit 18.
Yes, the page after the email where our proposals are.
So,
This draft.
I suggest you go with our edit of number 5 on this page. Areas where fowl are kept shall be clean and well maintained such that they do not produce or cause odor that are detectable to adjacent properties. Feed shall be kept in sealed pest-proof containers. I feel like it's an overreach to tell me how I need to clean my chicken coop when you use certain types of bedding. You do not need to clean it daily. I just don't think it needs to be in our city code.
What's the number on that one?
Number 5 of what we submitted.
5 what?
that's saying 5321.
No, in your email.
No, in this, it's A number 5.
On Dan's.
No, I'm talking about on your,
5.
5, it's
Oh, areas, okay, I got it.
5 at the bottom.
okay, got it.
Since we're going through the edits, I just think we don't need that in the code because it depends on how, it just should be clean, right? It should be clean and well maintained. And if I have a non-metal, but yet a pest-proof container, that should be good enough. So I just want to make sure when they're doing all these inspections that we're not getting so nitty-gritty on this. So that's another recommendation. And then I also recommend, instead of saying just slaughtering a fowl on the property is prohibited, I think it should say slaughtering a fowl for commercial or eating purposes is prohibited. For example, you can euthanize your dog at your home if your dog is sick and cannot go on. If you have a sick chicken, I don't think we should have to pay hundreds of dollars to go to an avian vet. I think we should be able to take care of it on our own property, obviously not to sell or, whatever you do with that stuff. And then for the fees, I just think that language should be a lot more simple and just keep it to the permit. I just agree with what you were saying earlier about what are we inspecting here? Like, we said we needed to get in compliance. The whole thing in January was getting these structures into compliance. I don't think it should be to police us on our chicken ownership. We don't tell people how to care for their dogs or their cats. Why are we doing it for chickens when we, if it's about animal welfare, then let's go check on all the dogs that are barking and whatnot. So it's just it's an overreach. I think that's it for any questions. Those are my proposals.
I had a few.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone does. So you're concerned on the amount of chickens that are allowed to 20, you're suggesting that to have it. So the structure, if it's limited to 200, how many chickens do you think should be reasonable to be in there?
Well, if it's 200 for just the coop, then we're fine.
So let me go back to that.
Add in the run, 'cause some people
So
wanna
let me
give
answer
their
that. So that
chickens a
that
larger
run is considered part of an accessory structure because it is covered. And I know this because I'm in construction. Once you cover it, you've now changed where rainwater goes. So if we make
But what about dog runs? Why is
dog runs, you can't, if you cover a dog run, it would not be considered a dog run. And I
Our
would
city
consider.
code does not specify
So
that.
well, I can go back to that in a second. So if you make your whole backyard a chicken run and you happen to cover it, you understand that allows for that. So you can have an open chicken run and it's not considered part of the accessory structure without a roof. So that's open air chicken. So the definition in open air was without a roof in this particular arena we're talking here. So the minute you put a roof on it, it becomes part of the accessory structure. Is that correct?
That was the intent of the edit, is because FAR, floor area, violating. Floor area ratio under the code is, each residential lot is allowed up to 20% for their main house and 5% for their total accessory structures, and that's covered roofs because the city code requires the rest of the property for stormwater management. This town is a habitually flood-prone community. We've got major flood areas and long-standing. So that's what that's meant to be, is that any covered structure was to be counted as square footage under the FAR. Open air, temporary runs, that type of thing. Like most dog kennels in our town are just metal kennels with no roofs.
But you made the exception of the mobile ones.
The mobiles, because they're on a trailer, similar to, we don't count campers, we don't count boats, we don't count the utility trailers, other than they have to be parked in the backyard. So because they're mobile, they can be moved out of an area that could be prone to flooding or to putting water on their neighbors.
So is it possible, though, to only require that if you're in a flood zone? Like, is that possible? Or or just to give some, like you suggested earlier, like some extra square footage maybe on just the run area so that you can like let your chickens be a little more moving around more.
What if you had a roof that was just chicken wire? What if you had a roof that wasn't solid? I mean, so you kept predators out, but you didn't keep rain out?
I think it might create
That would be an accessory structure.
It would not be an
If it- I
accessory
think-
structure.
And
correct?
I'm gonna guess if it's open air past 50%, it's not considered something to that effect, but.
Can I throw in an answer to that question? or
Uh,
no?
You gotta
well-
come up.
Okay, I'll wait.
Sorry, I don't know what you're gonna say, I can't read your mind.
Like, you know, I'm studying, you can ask me questions, you can repeat them to me if you want to answer. So go back and forth.
Yeah, I'm just,
So are you opposed to set a number? Because if I feel like, and this is just, me thinking about, if 20 seems to be a reasonable number, if you're going on a coop, I don't see the reason there's not a number of 20. You're saying there shouldn't be a number, and you should just let people regulate how many people be humane? But what if they're not humane?
then
How do you
why can't
regulate?
why can't that go to complaints? Like why?
But there's no way to enforce this. Humanity is not something you can enforce.
Well, I guess my other
Is
question
that-
then, when even we're given our, so the way the permit process works, right? I mean, I don't know exactly what's happening for all these people who already have stuff, but let's just say I didn't have anything. So I go to the city and I say, I want chickens, I apply for a permit, I submit blueprints, right? And then it gets approved or denied, whatever, it gets approved, then I build it, then I can get chickens, right? And then do they come out again to then check that things are, like, how does this process, is that, and then they come out again? Because I'm also curious how we're counting, like, are you lining, like, I currently right now have 8 chickens and people can't even count them, like, are we lining up the chickens for a head count? Like, I don't know, it just seems like he wants an enforceable number, I don't know how you're counting 20 chickens. So why even put it in there? Like, it just seems like it's adding so many extra layers to just keep it the correct structure. You already have things in here where the chickens need to be well maintained, clean. Like, if you don't have a big enough building, again, 99.9% of us aren't going to have too many chickens for a building that we had to get a permit for. Whether we have quail or Orpingtons, like those are two very vastly different sized birds. So why even put a number on it? Like, I'm just,
I think it's for that potentially 1% that does do the 30, 40 chickens in the 200 square foot house.
so
Cool.
again, going back from January, why are we punishing the 99.9%?
But
of
how
us?
many people are going to have, which what you're saying is if you have a coop, a good chicken owner is not going to have more than 20 in the size that you're limited anyways. So
But
why
if
is
they
this?
have quail, I don't know how many quail, like.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I think
Or
they're,
if they have silkies like, there are different breeds, so like, just why, again, going to this nitty gritty? I think it's more important to allow people some more freedom on the run. Like, I think we can all agree that run looks really good. If you look at like mobile, if we can't do that and now we have to like do this chicken wire, like, it's not gonna look very good, but we're gonna do it because we want our birds to be happy. But like, if you could just make an exception for the run, I just feel like it would eliminate, and maybe not with flood zones, but it would just eliminate so many ongoing issues.
you're talking about covered runs.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
So-
there are ways too to like we have like gutters and like there's all sorts of ways to like reflow water if you need to reflow water. And it's not a concrete foundation, it's still the ground. I
So
think
if
you should
if it's
consider
raining,
that.
would the chickens stay in the run, or wouldn't they go back into the coop if it's raining?
No, they'll stay in the run. Like that's their like playpen, if you will. They only sleep and lay eggs in the coop.
So what's the advantage of, and this is me not knowing, of a covered run versus a non-covered run besides rain?
Hawks,
Okay.
predators, like they don't want to be in the rain, so then that would force them into the coop and having, your coop is just supposed to be for sleeping. So during the day, if you force all your chickens in your coop because they don't have the proper area outside the coop, they're gonna start fighting, they're gonna be unhappy. happy. Also, if you're allowing rainwater into your run, then you are creating smell and other, again, like that's why I said it's like an ongoing, it's a cascade of issues when you don't have happy birds. And having a proper coop and a proper run is part of having happy chickens.
How big, if you had a 200 square foot chicken coop, how big of a run would you typically need?
Well, first of all, I don't even think you would need, I mean, maybe you could have a chicken coop that big. I mean, that would be fabulous. It depends how many birds you have in terms of the run. It's pretty generally recommended up at least 10 square feet per bird for the run. But if you're not allowing them to free range at all, then most places recommend more than that. If you can give your birds exercise in your yard, like if you have a fence and whatnot, then that 10 square feet is more appropriate.
And 4 square feet per bird is what you're suggesting is for a size for coop?
I mean, I think 3 square feet is probably fine too, but like on average, because I actually have a book in my backpack if you guys want to look at it, a chicken keeping book, and they listed all the breeds and was like 3 square feet for these breeds, 5 square feet for these larger breeds, or 6 square feet. It was like 4 square feet is the average.
Okay.
So just, I mean, again, if that separates in this ordinance, in this code, it just makes all of our lives a lot easier and a lot of happier chickens.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So did you participate, I didn't get to participate in the, I guess when Dan met with the pro, were you part of that?
Yes.
Okay.
And we
so-
suggested that then.
I'm sorry?
We suggested that then, putting the fowl run in this exception list.
Because we have Exhibit 18, Tiffany Hinton.
Yeah, that,
She said the compromise, we are okay with the compromise of 20 chickens.
so, yeah, she wrote that email. But if you actually look at our document, it does not say that in this draft anywhere.
Which one is that? Sally, what does that say on
It's the
top?
following page.
It's the following
Oh, the
page.
following
That was
page.
just in her email. And again, like,
I'm just saying, I wasn't there. It sounds like there was a compromise, so that's why I don't know what the,
and
why.
I think that would be more, a lot like, again, if this separated, I think that's the biggest issue for me. The coop and the run.
So, and you had brought up, and I'm sorry, are you done, Jerry?
Yes.
Okay, Department of Ag, what is the concern with registering with Department of Ag?
For example, at least for me personally, like when the avian flu, like that's from commercial lots. Dan even said like that's more for commercial-ish outbreaks and things like that. Like I already, like the green coop's a perfect example of overreach by, he was inspecting something else and then the coop came into the mix of things. Like I don't personally want to be on some list for the Illinois Department of Agriculture for whatever reason and their database to then maybe them come and say, oh, we had some avian flu outbreak that doesn't actually affect your flock, but because we have you registered in here, now we're gonna come either tell you need to cull your flock because we have this outbreak in the area, or that's not even actually affecting my birds. So that's me personally, like I don't want my information on databases for whatever reasons. Again, I'm fine if the city of Prospect Heights have it, I don't need it in more places. If they want to contact me because there's an issue with my neighbor's flock, great, Prospect Heights can contact me. Like I don't want the Illinois Department of Agriculture, like I just don't see the point of it. Again, there's a lot of far-reaching things in here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Randall Race, 300 Lindenbrook North. I didn't participate in that meeting, I was out of town, unfortunately.
Yeah, if they do that, then I'll remind them.
I was part in the previous meeting.
Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been.
It's okay. I want to go over a couple of small things real quick before I get to the meat. Something that hasn't been in any of the previous drafts or discussed is now the explicit prohibition of exotic animals. The previous nomenclature that was in the old code specifically lists like large predatory mammals and circus animals, things like that, dromedaries like camels. But now we're getting into the point where the village, the residents here have thought that these meetings are about chickens. And this has been slipped in now that affects other owners that may have snakes or other lizards or other things that this is not on their radar. So now all of a sudden we're proposing to ban exotic animals wholeheartedly without any explicit list. And I just think that should be brought up in our discussion and in our proposed email, that Tiffany sent. I was a part of crafting that. I was 11, sitting back there.
Where is that?
We kept
So
the
he's
language
got it, and here they took it out.
explicitly for that reason, because that already covers people that are covered under this.
I'm sorry, where,
In Commissioner Peterson's on the front, on 615, under Title IX, Chapter 1, Animal Control, the listing of exotic animals is new, and it's not redlined.
That's an existing.
This exotic, yeah, and we took it out. So this was proposed, and again, these meetings have been about chickens and chicken ownership and not about exotic animals. And this is now being proposed separately and slid in with that. And so I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. And, apparently if you know people that have exotic animals, you should be telling them they should be coming to this meeting as well. I'll move on from that because that's not the meat of my discussion. I just want that to bring that to light, that that's new. The next thing, Commissioner Peterson has repeatedly brought up that 99% or more of the village does not own chickens. Yet we also say that 75 to 100 family homes in this village are estimated to have chickens. That we guess that's 2 to 3%. So we're underselling the ratio of homes in this village. We have 4,000, 3,500, 4,000 single family homes. 100 is 2.5%. I can maths. So, we keep underselling how many people have it here to placate 3 complaints a year. And now we're going to penalize 100 owners, 2.5% of our village that have moved to this village to enjoy this right that we had for the last 50 years. And we're going to make it extremely difficult, according to the written, to continue to comply, to continue to pay, to continue to burden the village with having to do yearly inspections according to this draft. So as we stated, he has 2 inspectors. We're going to do 100 inspections a year. That's every other day we have an inspector doing an inspection on a chicken coop. That's what we're spending our tax dollars on. And again, we can cherry pick from other villages around. There's hundreds of villages. I'm sure I can find 6 that say they do annual inspections. And I can, oops, I left that out here when I discussed which ones don't. So I think that's unfair practice to use cherry-picked other ordinances as the basis. To go back to, so before I get to the annual inspections as a whole, I appreciate Mr. Patel's comments. He has a lot of what-ifs. You're never going to legislate out willful violators. So every time we say that, what if somebody runs an extension cord? Same argument for a shed. What if somebody adds on to it after I leave? Same argument for a shed. In this case, we have, as a point of adding this to the code, when there's a complaint, they can schedule an inspection, request an inspection, and come out like every other accessory structure. We do not need to have annual inspections, adding to the burden of the building department, zoning department. We do not need to have this, so going back to specifically line items, so I can make sure I record the line items I would like to see struck. 5321, A, 2C, annual zoning inspection. I believe that should be struck from the proposed code, as well as number 3 under that same A clause. Conditions of permit, homeowner allows routine inspections. Those are not only redundant, but I don't think they're necessary. So once we have this initial inspection, we're paying our $90 for the first year. We're paying our $40 for each subsequent year. We're keeping up with our registration, and we're having to schedule annual inspections. I think that's overkill. We already have this in place. You have us as participants in the process. We should not be having this added burden, and it's unnecessary, and it's discriminatory against chicken owners relative to other residents in the village and other permit seekers in the village. It's discriminatory. It's assuming guilt for one class of resident. So that should be struck wholeheartedly. It's completely Let's see. And I think to go to Nikki's comments about the numbers from our conversations on the numbers of chickens, I know Tiffany wrote in that we're okay with 20. That was kind of discussed, that like that number makes sense, okay? But Commissioner Peterson stood up here earlier and said, we're gonna come and do our annual, when he was talking about his annual inspections, we're not gonna come in your coop. Well, how are you gonna count chickens? How are you gonna see the roosters? If I scheduled an inspection and I wanted to hide something, I'd put them in my basement. Like, this is not anything different than any other thing where you're scheduling an inspection, you hide your dog, you hide something else. You're hiding, if I'm gonna be a willful violator, there is no code you can write to legislate me away. So, all this code we're adding is penalizing the willful participants in this process, the ones that want to comply. So I think that whole mentality and that whole attack of this process has been poorly thought out and constructed and pursued. The very first goals of the meeting in January and the conclusions that were listed on the slide in that meeting have basically been reproduced here despite months of efforts, months of education, months of supposed compromise. This is almost verbatim what was from January. There have been no listening. We have had an appearance of participation from the village, appearance of cooperation from the village. And I do appreciate certain elements of what has changed, but in the whole, they're minor. And that's why I think some of the aspects such as the annual inspections need to go, and that we need to keep this focused on the original complaints, which was noise. And so now we have a registration process. We're taking it away from the police department. They don't have to pursue it. We're doing it, right? We're concerned that the police weren't able to sit there when there's more important calls. They couldn't pursue it, all right? We have a process now. So I believe that should be taken care of. In this process, we're banning roosters. I'm not necessarily for or against it. I advocate for my neighbors who have roosters. But in general, I think that's solving the issue. So if we take our problem statement from January, I think that we've solved that issue from the noise complaint issue. We still have a compliance and a investigation aspect that has to be done. But it's working with the community to come up with something. So I do believe that has kind of been solved. The zoning issue, which was the secondary issue, the flood zones and the building permits and bringing people into compliance, the people that have been participating in this process have been for and willing to participate in that all along. We have just been concerned that we've been misled. When we applied and we called the village and we built our coops and we were told we didn't need it, most of us that have showed up here that are very concerned about what's that going to mean to us financially and hardship-wise to come into compliance. And we're trying to work with Commissioner Peterson, and I appreciate the things he said about trying to work with us to try to get us under compliance and not make it too burdensome, but not a lot of that is written in this code. So that's kind of us going on faith. And that's a little hard after the last basically 9 months of trying to educate Commissioner Peterson and not seeing a whole lot of that come fruitful. So yeah, back to Nikki's point. I think the point was on that aspect, the number of birds was kind of given by the structure, and it was just kind of a pointless number in the end. And I appreciate that everyone else has numbers in their village codes, but from a foundation of like what's enforceable, you're still not going to be able to enforce it if somebody wants 24 birds, if somebody wants 15 birds, unless you walk into the coop, count them one by one as they're running around, look inside the coop, count them one by one. That's onerous, right? Both for the inspectors and for the homeowners. So I think our perspective on just taking the number away was allowing the structure size limitations to guide that, and that the health and well-being of the birds, which we're all in this for. Nobody's making money. We're not exploiting underprivileged or underserved or lower economic class residents in an apartment complex down the way that are, that's at a fire risk. We're doing this for our own families and for the benefits of raising these birds as part of our family and pets in the backyard. So, I feel in some of the ways we're being treated as criminals in these drafts. The last one sorry, I'm rambling now too. I swore to myself I wouldn't ramble. The last part I wanted to come across with was, along with the accessory structure and the run, if there was some way to tie that third accessory structure, 80 square feet, to this. I know that in the code for other accessory structures, if they're attached, that kind of excludes them, I believe. Can the 200 and then the 80 for the third accessory structure be qualified? I think what we would like to see is potentially that incorporated, where that could be combined if part of that was your run. So it's just another idea, and I did like both Commissioner Simmons, Bishopsky, I think came up with the 3-year on the annual inspections. If we are dead set on doing annual inspections, to have a rolling thing for good behavior, for like good inspection. If that's what we have to come down to, where we're unwilling to give up a regular routine inspection, it should be like rolled back in some way. So again, just one idea on the accessory structure attached run, going to the 280 square feet instead of being limited to the 200, just for the well-being of the birds and the, you know, as Nikki said, if rain is coming in and you're going to tell us that we can have it if there's no roof on it, people are going to do that, and that's going to bring up other issues in terms of smell and the well-being of the birds being wet. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I assume that the last speaker actually lives in Prospect Heights?
Yes.
Yes.
We're a city, not a village. I'm referring to this as a village, it's one of my pet peeves. I want to be corrected.
Yeah, Randall, come on. Genevieve Sheree, 5 Alton Road. I want to first just speak to the email that one of the commissioners had asked about, Tiffany's comment. That was a miscommunication when she said she felt that maybe they could give on a 20-bird number. She thought she had a verbal agreement with Mr. Peterson about giving that up to get the other things. It was just like a one-on-one person sort of a thing.
That's not what it says, but that's fine. I wish she was here to clear it up.
Okay, yeah. No,
All we could go by is what has been given to us as
right.
exhibits.
Yeah, I can tell you that there was not a group agreement about that number. So just for clarity. I want to talk about consistency. We've touched on it here, but we know from our last meeting that we are legally required to ensure that the zoning code is not discriminatory and that it will not negatively impact some groups of citizens more than others. You will find some huge inconsistencies with respect to that in the code that Mr. Peterson is proposing. So, you know, 1 or 2 roosters that make too much noise means we ban them all. But if 1 or 2 dogs are barking incessantly, or break into our yards and kill our chickens, which has happened to some of us, or bite a kid, we're not talking about banning dogs. Rules about the material that our pet food containers need to be made of. Where's the law on dog food or bird seed or grass seed, all of which can attract pests if they're not being stored properly. Daily cleaning, I mean, this does, you know, as Dan said, zoning isn't the expert on animal husbandry. Unfortunately, that part of the code is betraying that ignorance. Daily cleaning is not how chicken coops work. Different kinds of bedding require different things. It should be enough just to say that your coop needs to be clean and not produce a smell, which is something we absolutely agree with. We don't do annual inspections for almost anything else, as we've said. We're not going in every year for playground equipment, which is a safety issue. People with massive trampolines that are covered, rainwater flows over that. We're singling out chicken owners specifically, the implication being that we are somehow wild or bad or more likely to break laws, or as if we need to be babysat so that we don't step out of line. I resent that. It is not only insulting, it is discriminatory. We are writing the zoning office a blank check to poke around whenever, quote, deemed necessary, written in the code. That's not just inconvenient, that is scary. It's an attempt to legalize trespassing. It's not okay. As we've said, 20 fowl is not a magical number that ensures order. So properties with fewer than 20 fowl are good and clean, and properties with more are dirty and loud. It's not true. Never mind the fact that it's often the owners of bigger flocks who may have more experience and may be more knowledgeable about animal husbandry. So whether you have half an acre or 3 acres, 20 birds it is. So if you were raising itty-bitty quail that are the 1/8 the size of a chicken hen, or giant Brahma chickens, it's 20. The ducks and chickens and quail are okay, but turkey and geese are bad. I have to just tell you, we haven't really discussed this, but there are geese and turkey breeds that are raised specifically for backyard keepers. Some are as quiet or quieter than chicken hens. Some are being used as flock guardians. So you're really backing people into a corner by saying they can't have roosters, and they can't have geese, and they can't have a cover on their runs. I mean, should I just set them up in the backyard and let people fire at them at will? I mean, we have to be able to protect these birds and keep them safe, clean, fed, and safe. I'm going to skip some of the points that other people have already mentioned in the interest of time. Something we've touched on a little bit is cooperation and compliance. And I think we really need to think about how hard it is going to be to enforce these new ordinances. How timely, how costly, how risky from a biosecurity perspective, even though I'm sure Mr. Peterson has the best intentions at heart with that. It is very easy to spread disease from a dirty coop to a clean coop. Okay, the USDA has to actually wear different clothing altogether every time they visit a new coop, even if it's on a different day. But here's my main issue with this. This whole thing has gotten lots of attention, press attention and local attention. There are very few chicken owners in the city right now who would be willing to register their birds given this code that has been outlined. It is a voluntary program. I think you're going to have a real hard sell getting people to say, yes, I have chickens, come inspect me every year. With all of this that's been written, I mean, they are just like lining up to get knocked down. And then who's going to call the zoning people back to let them in if they want to ignore this? I mean, they can do it, they can make you go to court. Are you going to be getting police warrants? And then how do you expect people to kill their extra chickens? So, you know, Mr. Peterson has said, we want to work with people, we want to make it easy to come into compliance, we'll give you 12 whole months. 12 whole months to kill your birds? I mean, it doesn't matter if you give me 12 months, 24 months, I'm not killing my extra birds. Like, I take good care of them. I have, most of the chicken owners that I know have in excess of 20 chickens. Our properties are clean and quiet and do not create disturbances. Passing these rules is going to create criminals of us. And it's also going to create a dangerous precedent in Prospect Heights, one that is going to lead to more paternalistic laws and property micromanagement. I spoke to the Adopt a Bird Network, who told us, and actually they went to the press and released a statement, that they expect that if this is passed, it will cause a major animal welfare issue. These changes typically result in the mass dumping of birds on the street or in cockfighting rings. I don't think we need to add to our problems in this way. And unfortunately, I do think that Mr. Peterson's currently proposed code is going to create more problems than we solved. We are not making anything more enforceable than the current laws already are. During the last zoning meeting, you commissioners made it very clear that Mr. Peterson's proposed regulations against chicken keeping seemed like overkill and an overstep. And to me, at least, the message sounded clear. Focus on the zoning, focus on the structures. And the way we do that is by managing the structures involved in chicken keeping, and that indirectly manages the number of birds. That is the only logical way to handle this given the wide range of species and breeds and sizes that are at play. And your directive was to work together and come back with something different. And here we are looking at what is materially nearly the same as what was presented then. And Mr. Peterson does plan to present this very thing to the council for voting in October. How do you feel about that? Angry or ignored? Because I would, and I do. Let's talk about the spirit of this legislation too. I want this over with, okay? I don't want this to drag on, but not like this, okay? When other towns are moving in the direction of dropping these tight regulations, and Prospect Heights was this shining example of a sustainable town that was doing it right, now we're going the opposite direction, and we have the attention of the press, and this is embarrassing. I know, and I think you know, that what's being proposed today is not right or fair, especially for the most recent generations of families who moved here because of our freedoms, because of our wide open spaces, despite our proximity to the city, and the ability to raise families who know where their food comes from. I want to interject one thing about the runs being covered. It is in your best interest to let people cover their runs and make it easy for them to cover their runs. I am suggesting, personally, that we let the run space be an exception to the square footage. If people cover their runs, it keeps them clean, it keeps them smelling nice. You're going to create mud pits of animal feces with water, they're hard to dry out. There are other ways to handle this. You can, some people can, depending on where they are, might want to raise their run-up a little bit. So even though it's got a cover, it's got the open air sides that are mesh, and then stormwater can run around it, underneath it. And, I mean, if you want to, I don't want to get gross, but if you want to talk about whether roads should be covered or not, absolutely 100% covered. From an animal welfare perspective and a cleanliness perspective, you want people to do this. So, trust me. I think at this point, I would just want to address the commissioners directly as your neighbor. I think you know that regardless of your input or how you advise or vote, there is a very good chance that this draft with no changes or very minor changes is what's going to go to the mayor and city council, because that's what we have seen happen after every meeting. We have attempted the education, we have attempted the dialogue, we made our good faith efforts, we offered our time, we volunteered, and we were told that in response to the Chicken Community Board idea, it was a no-go. So I don't know why it's being mentioned today, but we were told that we did not have the support for it. So we have offered absolutely everything. We made concessions, we agreed to inspections, we agreed to fees, we spent our time on this, and we felt like none of it got heard. So it feels like lip service. But you are actually people who live here. You are my neighbors. I'm asking you to use whatever influence you have to fight this. This is wrong, it is a huge waste, and it is not Prospect Heights. You have a say in not just the nuts and bolts of this law, but as I said, the spirit of the law. It is the people who actually live here who need to be standing up for what this town means and represents. And if you want a reasonable alternative to what Mr. Peterson has proposed, you can either recommend no new ordinances, which is always an option, or the draft that we drafted ourselves that comes after Tiffany's email that includes compromise for both sides. You have that in the form of our proposal. I ask you to choose wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Christine Sheila. I live at 103 Schoenbeck. I think I missed the June meeting. So I think it was working. I'm a little confused on how everybody else got copies of that, because I was looking for it on the website and I couldn't find it. So I don't have really well prepared notes, and also they're way better at public speaking than I am. But I did make some notes on my phone, so I'm gonna just go to these. We moved here, gosh, we've been here over 25 years, I think, this year. And we moved here for the big lots, the rural feel, and the ability to have a homesteading lifestyle. That's why we came to Prospect Heights. My husband picked this town for this reason, to be able to live this life here. If we wanted Arlington Heights or Mount Prospect, we would have gone there. But we came here because this town was supportive of this kind of lifestyle, and it feels like now it's being taken away from us. I think it's so clear from this meeting that the draft that you have in front of you is really heavy-handed, has a lot of overreach, and isn't really different than anything that was proposed in June. So I'm really hoping that it isn't supported until it's really, really cut back, because there's a lot, it's so heavy-handed. So just a couple things. That whole Department of Agriculture bit, like, let chicken owners, let the state worry about that. I work in agriculture. I manage a farm for a living. This is what I do. I've been doing it for a really long time. In fact, I was consultant for the ASPCA on cockfighting busts for many years, so I'm really, really knowledgeable on my chickens. These people are really knowledgeable on their chickens. They really know what they're talking about. Everything that they say is correct. And that whole Department of Ag thing, like, putting it in our code that we have to register with the state, like, let the state worry about that. That's for professional people. That's for, big agriculture farms that do, boilers and layers and stuff like that. That's for the farm that I work at. This isn't for my house in my backyard. And you're absolutely right that the math doesn't work. In my house, for my personal chickens, I raise a bigger breed of chicken. I like Buffalo chickens. They're not the biggest breed, they're not a giant breed, but they are bigger. So I need more space for my chickens. And so limiting the amount of space that I have, telling me that I can have 20 chickens, but they have to be really tiny chickens, because I want 10 square feet inside for my birds. So I want more space for my birds, because that's a healthier way for them to live. And when the weather's bad, and when it's snowing outside, and in the winter, and when it's raining, and they want to be inside because they don't want to be outside, there's going to be a lot of stress on them, and they're going to start fighting, and they're going to start pecking each other's feathers, and they're going to start biting and actually killing each other if they don't have a healthy living environment and enough space. So telling me that I can have 20 chickens, but then limiting the size of coop that I have to the fact that I can only have 20 really tiny little birds, that's not fair. and it's deceptive. And as far as the outdoor space, if you're gonna ban roosters, but then you're telling me that a rooster's function is to protect the flock. That's what they do. That's why people have roosters, because when the chickens are running around your yard, the rooster is looking up in the sky. He's the one who's gonna protect your flock from a hawk or an eagle or any other predator, a raccoon, a possum. Roosters are protective. That's what they do. That's their nature. They're actually bred for that. So if you're telling me that I can't have a rooster, and also, I can't have a covered run to protect my chickens, you're putting them all at risk. Does that make sense? Am I explaining that right? I probably don't explain that very well. But, so the fact that you're counting the covered run as part of the square footage means that I have to have a smaller space, but you're also taking away the rooster, so my chickens, so because I want 20 big birds, I'm gonna have a bigger run. So now to have a bigger run, I have to take the top off, but you're saying I can't have a rooster, so now my chickens are at risk. It's not a good law. It's bad because of that exact reason. Okay, so Chicago has roosters. They have smaller lots and more dense population, and they make roosters work. And they don't even have limits. You can have lots of roosters in Chicago. I don't know why we have to take them away. It doesn't make any sense at all, especially when you may have the whole barking dog conversation. And the law that we have in place for barking dogs, and I think I said this one before, it actually works. You call 911, and this is what Pat told me to do when we had a barking dog in our neighborhood that barked all the time. Pat said call 911. Call 911, the police will come, they will listen. If they hear the dog barking, and for a sustained amount of time, they agree and witness that this is a nuisance, and then they approach the neighbor and they write a nuisance ticket, and the process worked. It worked really well. We tried to talk to the neighbor, but we couldn't even get close to their house because they had an invisible fence, and the dog ran the fence line. It was a great big German Shepherd, so we couldn't even go have a conversation with them, which is something that I would actually do, but I couldn't get close to their house to have that conversation. We called 911, the police came, they wrote them a ticket. And I think other people complained too, because the dog was really a big nuisance. They ended up putting up a privacy fence for their dog, so the dog's behind the fence now and can't see people all the time, and so it just barks a lot less. It still barks, but it's less. It's not so bad. So anyways, that's kind of my feeling on that. The whole inspection thing, that's crazy. That's really nuts. It's so intrusive. You want to come to my house every year and inspect my coop? Why? You've inspected it. I love your question. Are you inspecting the buildings, or are you inspecting the chickens? They said they're not chicken experts, so they're not qualified to inspect my birds and assess their health. Any other accessory structure gets inspected when it's built, and then you're done. And if someone makes a change, it's so right. You can't legislate non-compliance. If I'm going to put a lean-to on my shed after you walk away, well, you're going to find out about it when the neighbors complain, and you might not find out about it until someone complains. And that's just the nature of, society. Like, sometimes people do things they're not supposed to do, and no one knows about it, and it doesn't cause any harm. And that's just how it is. You can't legislate the non-compliance, but you inspect it, it's done. If I build a lean-to on my coop or make it bigger and it's not allowed, the neighbors are probably going to complain because they won't like it, and then you can come back and inspect again or say that you had, a complaint. But to come every year, I find it really invasive. I have 2 dogs and 2 cats, and they have licenses with the city. What's next? Are you going to want to come and inspect my dog beds and my kitty litter and make sure that these animals are well cared for? It's not right. It's invasive and it's overreach. And I find it really intrusive. And I work during the week, so are we going to schedule these things on weekends? Because that's when I'm available. And I feel like you're going to say, well, we need to inspect, and you need to take a personal day from work to be here for this inspection every single year. Well, I only get 3 personal days a year, and I'm not using a personal day for an inspection of my coop when you've already inspected it and certified it was built properly. Yeah, I think those are my points. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make this short because
Can you please give us
I'm sorry. I'm Lynn Schumacher. I'm at 19 South Wildwood Drive in Prospect Heights. I live in Country Gardens. I hear the roosters. I hear all the stuff that's going on. I live next door to roosters. All this stuff has been hashed up before. All of the rehashing. And I'm here to say I'm in favor of what Dan has put together because it helps put the ownership of controlling your roosters and being good chickens, being good chicken owners, instead of the neighbor having to constantly dial 911 and constantly hope that maybe the police came this time and heard the roosters and all the commotion that is going on, which we all know that could take weeks, months sometime. Oh, and now they caught it once. Okay, now you gotta go and you gotta do it another time and get to a third time. That's not fair to me, a non-chicken owner, and frankly, I'm the majority of this city. The majority of this city is non-chicken owner residents. It doesn't matter whether it's 1% or 2% or 3%. The majority is non-owners of chickens. And so the hardest thing for us was having roosters next door to us. And, you know, some of these people have said, oh, they only crow in the morning. No, they do it all day long. All day long. And, okay, you don't have roosters. Okay, well, now we have chickens. Well, chickens squawk all day long. So you got 20 chickens squawking next door to you. That's a problem. And, okay, guidelines will help that. Rules will help that. And all the nitpicking that's gone on now with all the detail that Dan has put into this proposal ordinance, this has shown me that that ordinance needs to be strictly detailed, tightly detailed, because otherwise we're going to go around and around, and there's going to be constantly some way to get around that, or you're discriminating against me, or whatever. You know what? I feel very insulted that I've heard the term that this whole thing is about placating people who have complained. Okay, I'm sorry. It took 3 years of complaining to get rid of the roosters that were next door to me. It took, you know, it took a lot of time. It took a lot of stress. And you know what? I shouldn't have had to do that. That should have been the neighbor. So by permitting and by licensing and by inspecting and having a defined set of rules to follow, there shouldn't be any problems. If you're a good chicken owner and you're taking care of everything, it shouldn't matter. These are the rules. These are what needs to be followed. And if I have a problem, if my neighbor is not following the rules, then I know who to call, and they know who to look at and what to look at. And yeah, okay, if you want to hide your roosters in your basement, fine. Eventually, that's going to come out. And I'm sorry, people don't want to get rid of their extra chickens and their roosters. Okay, but you know what? Sometimes things like that have to be done, because we are not a farm. This is not farmland. And I hear the comments behind me, and I've been through this before. But you know what? This is about Prospect Heights and being respectful of all the people that live in Prospect Heights, not just people who can pontificate on a subject that is so important to them. I would rather do that on my children than anything else. So they can comment and they can clap and they can boo and whatever. I am here to stand up for the people that don't have chickens, that have been totally disrespected. And I also want to bring up one more thing, and then I'm done, because I'm not into this. When we talk about where the chicken coop is placed and how we're going to permit that, we brought up a point where maybe it could be a little farther away from the lot line, or kind of adjust based on what's going on in that chicken person's backyard. Because when you look at the way Prospect Heights is laid out, it's mostly ranch homes. And in my particular case, there's a neighbor that has chickens. He's got fence all around his house and whatever. My house The bedrooms are right up against his fence on the same side that he's got all his squawking chickens. On the other side of him, that neighbor, his bedrooms are on that side too. Well, okay, is that fair to me that I got the squawking chickens on my side? And that's just being nitpicky, and I'm not gonna fall to that. But I'm just gonna say, when we're looking at permitting and where that coop is placed, if these are really gonna put into law and really, have to be followed, maybe we should look at the situation that's going on in the yard as to what is the best placement for that chicken coop for the neighbors that have to deal with it. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take this into consideration, because at least I have the guts to stand up here and deal with this when, the majority of the community is not here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Grace Martinez, 1213 Highland Drive. I wasn't included in that last meeting because I did have to work with Dan and the other committee, but I know the Chicken Community Board that we were working with to kind of get everybody on the same page. We actually took that consideration about where the coop is. That was one of our main things that we were talking about, to make sure that people like Lynn don't have that problem. So I know she feels attacked, but we weren't trying to attack, we're trying to work with that and try to fix those issues. Because nobody wants a coop underneath their window. That's not fair to anybody, and that's why we talked about at the last meeting, how we need to have the legislator and the structures in the proper places in the yard. We completely agree, we want it in the right place, we want to have the structure, we want to have it in the right placement, so it's least obtrusive to everybody. I do want to talk about the annual inspection. I feel that, again, is overreach, as everybody else said, but keeping chickens is not cheap. It's not something that we do to make money on eggs or save money from buying eggs from the store. It's something that we do because we like the taste of fresh food. We want fresh food for our families. The cost, we are in a negative deficit when we raise chickens, if we're comparing to what we would buy eggs for in the store. So now you're asking us to pay a $40 annual inspection on top of this when we're already in a deficit for basically wanting to have fresh eggs in our family. I don't feel like that's fair. I feel like, that's just another tack fee on that we shouldn't have to be subject to. I agree with Mr. Simmons, comment about having every 3 years if there's no issues. Fine, if we have to do it that way, that's fine, but an annual inspection is just so much. It's just too much to be asking for that, especially for the people who are in compliance, that are doing the right things. And I've talked before, I do have a rooster. I talk to all of my neighbors, every single one of them, the ones behind me that are kitty corner. Are you sure he doesn't bother you? No, he doesn't bother me. It's a smaller breed rooster, so he doesn't have a loud crow. It's not, yes, just like with dogs, right? There are some dogs that are loud and annoying, there are some dogs that are not. My rooster is not annoying to my neighbors. So why should I be penalized, or the other people who have smaller roosters, or the roosters that don't crow all day long, be penalized? We have that noise ordinance, and if we were to make the issues that have been, where to go and to complain, it shouldn't be an issue in the future if we know the process and be able to address it. It has been, Dan had mentioned in one of the first meetings is that he doesn't have the manpower to do the roosters and see what they're going for, right? And, if we don't have the manpower to do 3 rooster complaints a year, how are we going to have 100 inspections every year if we don't have the manpower for 3 rooster complaints a year? It doesn't make mathematical sense either. I propose that the three strikes are out, like with the noise ordinance with them. If there's an issue, or allow us to at least maybe get the letters from our neighbors saying, hey, yeah, we're gonna be fine with this rooster here, who cares, you know? You know, these animals have a right to a life too, that have been living here in the city without any complaints. That's what I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is Dave Johnson. I live at 608 Greco Court. I've lived in Prospect Heights 68 years my whole life, and I've seen everything change here. As far as annual inspections, I think that's terribly wrong, because if I build a home in Prospect Heights, they come out, they find the final thing is you can live there. They never inspect it again. If I want to run extension cords over the whole house, that's my problem. If I want to build a basement with a bathroom in it, I'm doing it. To inspect on these poor people annually and saying, oh, you did this wrong, you did this, that's against them. Then one of you guys is going to go, you know what, you got too much stuff in your garage. So we're going to start inspecting garages because we all talked about it, because it's happened. We don't like company trucks parked in our driveways, so let's build fences around that. This gentleman here said, oh, the signs on trucks are too big, I don't like that. We all have our own personal thing. My thing in life, I don't bother my neighbors. If I have an issue with a neighbor, I walk next door and say, hey, your rooster's bothering me. Can you calm it down? To me, if they put up some type of insulation, something, I don't hear it. I like animals. Chickens, roosters don't bother me at all. But for these poor people who are, I mean, the educational purpose of this is their kids are learning all about communication. If a chicken dies, they learn about death in life. Would you rather their kids and their families sit on iPads all day, and then you go, yeah, they turned out to be idiots. They have no communication skills, they have nothing. These people are making things nice in life. We moved to Prospect Heights because it's a blue-collar town. So it's in Lake Forest, it's not Lincolnshire, it's not that. Now people move in and go, I don't like this. Well, maybe the next thing is the geese flying over the house. I didn't like their noise, so let's shoot them down. We have people who move in and go, well, Milwaukee is way too loud. You knew there were jet planes here. You're complaining about that. Move. We need sidewalks. No, we don't need sidewalks. Now we're building sidewalks around Camp McDonald. I've been here long enough. We're going to build a stadium. That was a big thing. We wasted tons of money. It never happened. So, I mean, to bother these poor people is ridiculous. Let it go. Let them have their chickens. And if there's a complaint, I walk up to them and I say, you're bothering me with your chickens. Can we talk it over? We have a beer and it's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I knew I had one other thing I wanted to say that I forgot. Grace Martinez, 1213 Highway Drive. Tiffany Hinton, I know she's not here tonight, but she did do an FOIA of the police reports for the past year. There has been 0 complaints reported to the police at 911 on chickens and roosters.
Linda Kleinschmidt, 410 West Clarendon Street, in regards to 0 complaints.
To the police or
Yes,
911?
I have called the police at least 3 times before my neighbors got rid of their rooster, only because it was attacking their children. And the police came out, didn't hear anything, and they said there's nothing we can do. So I think a lot of people are calling and nothing's being reported because the roosters are not crowing when the police come out. And you guys have all said there's nothing they can do. So it's a fallacy that there's been no complaints.
What does it make sense?
Am I allowed to ask them a couple questions? Is that allowed or not allowed?
It's not it's a more of a statement type.
Okay, well, I'm just curious.
You can make a statement.
Okay, I'm curious on both Lynn and,
Linda.
Linda and Lynn both stated that their neighbors have gotten rid of the roosters prior to this ordinance being passed, so I just think that should be, or like, maybe we could find out some more information about that process. I'm not saying that there was not a process that they went through for that, but both roosters have been removed from the situation without a rooster ban. I would just like to note that.
Thank you.
Well, I could come up again if you want.
Yes, all right.
That's okay, we'll stop. We'll stop.
Sorry,
Just for clarity, it took 3 years of calling 911 and my husband going over there and talking to this guy who said, oh, no, I don't have roosters, I don't have roosters. It took 3 years of the stress of the camping out in the backyard because the roosters are always going to town. To me, that was a stress put on me, that this type of ordinance and this type of detail will take away and give me back my backyard and not have to worry that this guy's gonna get his roosters again, because I'm sure if this doesn't go through, he will, and then we start the process all over again. So, come on, again, we're being nitpicky, and let's just get this done. Let's just get this done.
Thank you.
Hi, Genevieve Sheree, 5 Alton Road. I just want to add one thing that I forgot. I did Google some of the towns that Dan had referenced that have annual inspections, and what I found, I haven't finished going through the list, but many of them they're not annual inspections, they're annual licenses. So people are registering every year and re-registering, renewing it, but they're not actually getting inspected every single year. So I just think that's an important distinction. And the other thing I wanted to say is just that I know that it was said by one of the ladies over there that that she speaks for the majority of people who are non-chicken owners, but really a lot of non-chicken owners support unrestricted chicken keeping here. A lot of them are our neighbors, a lot of them like to get eggs from us. So, and even if you look at that change.org petition that was signed by mostly people who are not chicken owners, it was almost 1,400 signatures of people who support no new ordinances. No new ordinances for Prospect Heights. So I think you can say that you speak for non-chicken owners who are against chickens, or that you are non-chicken owners who are pro-heavy restrictions, but I don't think you could say that you're speaking for all non-chicken owners. We've heard from so many, we've heard from many today who are very supportive of us, and we just want to call out that even though there's a disproportionate amount of time that gets spent on issues and problems, chicken ownership is a really peaceful, clean, non-obtrusive thing by and large. As several of you said, we've managed with it for 50 years and had only a few issues. I think you're always going to have a couple things come up, but by and large, the community benefits from an education standpoint, from sorry, I'm still speaking if you don't mind. From a sustainable food perspective, from a raising our families perspective, it's a good thing for the community at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rebecca Dahlstrom, 406 West Clarendon. I'm going to keep my comments, I think, a little bit higher level. I'd just like to say that I really appreciate the time that everyone has taken to be thoughtful on getting this right. I've lived in Prospect Heights for 12 years, and I live in the home that my grandparents built. So I've been in and around the area for my entire life. And I really appreciate the character that Prospect Heights has. It's a truly unique area in Chicago. And that whatever we decide, I hope that we're able to preserve the character of our city into the future. I will say that I don't think that the annual inspections I'm a non-chicken owner, and I've lived next to one of the houses that has caused problems. Even with that, I think that the annual inspections is at a minimum too frequent. I don't know enough to say that I have an opinion on what frequency, if at all, would be. I can certainly see both ends of that. I think that, again, I want to be really thoughtful, because once you have a law, it's there forever. So I'd really like to see a balance struck between the various groups. And I think that's what I've got. Thanks.
Thank you.
We have two more people who signed up to speak. Katie King, is she still here? Or Kelly Fine?
I can state that Kelly King has presented an email that is in your packet
Yes.
tonight. She is a non-chicken owner that is in support of keeping chickens. Okay, that is part of the an exhibit that was brought in. The other person I did not hear from before the meeting. A couple of things that I'd like to point out here in closing. One, from a staff perspective and the city perspective, the community board organization is something that I think should go, and in my report states that it would be a volunteer, but it's not going to be a fully sanctioned committee of the city, and that's not the position for the board. However, I do, and I have stated this before, that there is a lot of value in those folks that do keep chickens, have the expertise that they have, that would be an absolutely wonderful resource. So I just want to make that perfectly clear. It's not that we put a kibosh on it, it's just not a permanent standing committee of the city. But we would use that as a resource. We would, and the plan is as we go forward with whatever packets are designed and application forms that are designed, they will be a resource given to those new chicken owners for their reference, because there is a value learning from those folks that are good at what they do. The issue on the coop and run, if there's no standard size set, and it's all dependent on, based on the type of bird and type of animal that they have, there's no consistency. Okay, we will have accessory structures of all sizes and all shapes that are out there. The definition of the coop and run at the 200 square feet was following the existing ordinance. We are allowed, one 200 square foot structure, one 80-foot structure, and one up to 720. But if you have, like that example here, if you have a 150 square foot shed, then you're not up to your 200. So I think we were being generous, allowing the other 200 for the coop on this, because it's above the way the current code reads. So there is some flexibility. I wanted to show that we're looking at this, try it wholeheartedly. But the area of covered structures in this town has been important so much because it does control stormwater management. And this town is very prone to that, and that's why the FAR rules are as such. The annual inspection, we've heard that if the board wants to recommend a different structure, that's doable. If, it was just, that's not what we had seen earlier. From that standpoint, the number of birds, again, if we're going to permitting, is it 12, is it 20, is it 100? And then, if you're going to have a large number, then that means your structure's going to be increasingly larger. How can that be consistently enforced? So as we go forward, the goal with this is to call the accessory structures an accessory structure. We've had accessory structures since 1977. How others were given information that was not correct, I can't say. I have not been here for that. But the code as written has always regulated accessory structures at the sizes they've been. And that's where the recommendations are coming and consistent. The recommendations of the 5-foot setbacks, as much as I understand to push it back further, that's not how we look at other accessory structures. So that, from that standpoint, that's my report, that's my presentation, and I'm at this time done. Thank you very much for your consideration.
So Dan, can I ask a question about so you can't have more than 3 accessory structures, correct? And you can't, so a detached garage is one of those, right? So if you, but to anything other than a detached garage, you're limited to 200 square feet.
That is correct.
What if they already have a detached garage and a 200 square foot shed?
Then they're limited to an 80 square foot other accessory structure, because the standard lot in Prospect Heights is approximately 20,000 square feet. So you can get 20% of that area for your primary structure. And then you're allowed 5% of the lot area, 1,000 square feet, for accessory structures. And due to the large lots, this community as a whole, and we have many, many detached garages that are full 720 square feet. It's a luxury of having the 20,000. But because we have the large, you can't go over 1,000 square feet. So if you have the 720, then you're allowed 200, now you're at 920, which allows you 80. The way the code is written, there's no real way around that based on the numbers in the written side of that side. Now, we didn't consider changing and carving out chicken coops as something separate in itself, because all along, dog runs, carports, the whole list that's in there fall under the category of accessory structures. So that's how the recommendation was based.
And
So what was your answer if you're allowed 2 more structures, one of them has to be a maximum of 200, but you have that 80-foot option, and you don't attach it, I guess, then it's 2 structures?
People that have 3 separate structures, and they're all constructed independently, because once you put the 2 structures together, that's 280 square feet under one roof. I understand that people say, well, what does it matter? Okay, then that would require a full rewrite of our accessory structures and a complete section of the building code and the zoning code. Not so much the building code, but the zoning code on accessory structures, lot coverage, and number of accessory structures.
could we, and I'm kind of her point, is doing the math based on what Nikki had said. And I'm not saying that her numbers are scientific, but I'm going to go with them because she said some research. 10 square feet per run, 4 square feet per bird. So if you do 4 square feet for 20 birds, it's 200 square feet for the coop. And now if you make accessory structure 10 square feet per bird, and you have 20, I think it came up with 280 square feet. I'm sorry, 80 square feet for the coop, 200 square feet for the run. So it's 280. It turns out the numbers actually turn out to be 280. Can we classify the run as a covered run that allows it to be
Not to exceed a certain square footage?
Yes.
That is your prerogative.
Okay.
It was just not presented because that's not what was asked for, but as a body, if that is a condition you'd like to place or a change you'd like to place, you guys can make that recommendation.
How do we do that now? That makes sense.
I already did it.
We understand that everybody has their individual needs and reasons for doing what they're doing. But when we look at zoning, and I've stated this before, the zoning has to look at the greater good of the whole and not necessarily the individual. Because there are people in the community that we've talked with during this process that don't want to call the police, that don't want to do this and tolerate being disturbed. And that's not how they should have to live. And as much as, and everybody here that's participated and they've given their testimony, put in the time, it's been very much appreciated. And we have heard what was said, but however, we have to try and design a structure which is consistent, predictable, and enforceable. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm assuming that we are done with the public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and close it at this point. After the close of the public hearing, we're going to have a discussion, and as I said, we will, also all of your comments are recorded. They have been added to the record, and the city council has access to it. We're going to add our recommendations. I'm also going to recommend that we add Exhibit 18, which is your proposed draft that you've created, as that be added to the record for the city council to consider.
My chief, I have already prepared some exhibit numbers for those documents that I think 17, 18, 19,
Okay.
24.
Would you, so he has this one. He has this.
I think he submitted all
So-
of them.
Okay.
Dan, do you want to formally just ask that those,
Okay.
the exhibits you presented at the end of the
Yeah.
record?
Yeah, here we go. Thank you for that clarification. There were presented tonight a revised draft ordinance that will order. The original draft that went out with the packet was 17. That's been changed with Exhibit 21, okay, in the packet, and this will be online. So, the email and proposal from Tiffany Hinton dated August 28th will be Exhibit 18, and that has her email and draft ordinance prepared by the Community Chicken Board, our group. Then we had the Exhibit 19, which I did not print off, but all the commissioners received the full text of the Ag Act. Okay, that was presented to the whole board. And then Exhibit 20 is the summary of the selling of eggs, which was provided by one of the groups. 21 is the current revised draft. Excuse me.
There's Exhibit 24, which is the.
About 22 and 25.
This actually is going to be Exhibit 22.
Okay.
I missed them. Exhibit
Wait, oh, 22, I'm sorry, here.
It is there. I'm
Yes.
sorry, you're right. Exhibit 22 and 23 are the coop and run structure exhibit and the mobile coop example. And then finally, exhibit 24 was the email from Ms. King that came in just prior to the meeting. So I'm please add into the record exhibits 17 through 24 as city and community exhibits.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to close public hearing case number 24-01 PUD.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Sayward.
Aye.
Commissioner DeGraff.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Mashevsky.
Aye.
Chairman Kempa.
Aye. Okay, so at this time, this gives this body an opportunity to have a discussion and submit our recommendations into the draft as presented by Director Peterson. So I asked for,
I need my red version.
can I nominate you to be the secretary? The way I envision it, we'll ask each of the commissioners for their input, and we'll get it recorded, and we'll sort through it, and then we'll add that as the official record of the recommendations to the draft. And we can start from the left to right, or we can go by topics and get, I say that we just go from left to right and we get commissioners' recommendations.
I think maybe start left to right, but if he brings up a topic, maybe we can all
Maybe
just
we can all chime in, yes.
That might be.
Yes, John.
I would recommend to maybe take a look at it, remove that annual inspection. Is one of the biggest things that I heard tonight.
Okay. Jerry?
I have no recommendation.
Okay. Scott?
I do agree with the annual inspection, but I honestly, I don't know how, I mean, to do a rolling inspection like, every couple of years, I don't know how staff could possibly do that. I know the computer system does not allow that, and it would be really, really, really hard to track that for staff. Maybe elimination might be the best.
Okay. I get to skip me, I go to you.
Oh, we're going to me. Okay, I took some notes. So I'll start with, I think we do need to, I think I took the point of the covered run is.
Wait, can we just do the annual inspection first?
Okay, annual inspection. I am now in agreement, annual inspections are probably an overreach. I think that the whole point of this was to try to mitigate the complaints that aren't getting confirmed, and I think if a complaint's made, that opens the door for the building department to address it. And I think annual inspections is, to me, kind of falls under, once you occupy a house, once you occupy a garage, shed, this falls into the same thing. I think that's a little overreach on the annual inspections. Do you want me to continue with the rest, or do you want to finish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do you want to go?
Let's just cover one topic at a time.
Okay.
So I would be in agreement to strike the annual inspection, but we need clarification. So do they need an annual license, though?
I'll speak on that. If we can go this way, I guess. I think annual license is something that we should, I'm for it, because if we do it for dogs, we do it for cats. I don't know if we do it for cats, but I know if we do it for dogs. I think it follows the same thing. Keep some kind of record of where chickens are, and if there is someone that needs to complain, at least that has some kind of record for it. I don't think the fee is outrageous. I know someone had said it's already an expensive habit, but dogs are expensive habits too, feeding them. So I think annual license.
Maintain that.
Or maintain. That's my vote.
And I think that if we handle it, if there's, violations or complaints, that's when they get addressed. It doesn't have to be, we go out and inspect it. I think that if the neighbors are complaining, then we go out there and see if they're in compliant with what was originally permitted, right?
Agreed.
I concur.
So just for clarification is, at this time, strike the requirement for annual inspection, just so I'm taking good notes. But
we were going to submit the notes. Janet is being nominated the secretary. She will submit.
Feel free to
No, go right ahead.
do it too.
But if you want to, if you're already doing it, you might as well go ahead and do it.
I'm going to have to write the report to council too. But and Janet's help, we can work together. We'll all take those.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Read
Just
on
keep
the-
it.
No, that's fine. I mean, you can do it at the same time so that we don't miss anything.
I guess the question is, does anyone else have any questions on annual inspections? Any comments on it? Okay.
Or any other recommendations on annual inspections? No? Okay.
Annual registration.
But we are keeping the annual fee?
Correct.
Renewals. Okay.
Okay. Again, my view is the same on the strike the annual inspection and keep the annual fee.
Me to go now?
Yes.
All right, so based on covered runs versus coops, I want to, and I don't know how we do it, so we'll have to ask Dan's opinion on this, how we allow the 280 square foot as opposed to the 200 square foot. So if we allow a
Go ahead.
80 square foot coop, and if, I guess the way I would write it, if you have a coop that's 80 square feet, in combination, you're allowed to have a 200 square foot run, covered run.
I think where you're trying to go, if I heard when I was sitting out there correctly, is you would like to change the chicken coop and run requirement, not just a 200 square foot, but a 280 square foot combination, and however it fits their needs, right?
Maximum.
Maximum, yes.
200, and you can do that. We can amend a section 5-4, that table lot coverage, and add a statement in there that chicken coops and covered runs, maximum size 280 square feet. Because that's what I heard out there. I just want to make sure.
That's how the numbers work out in my head.
Yeah, then that's how I saw it as well.
Yeah, what we'll do is we will, as part of the revised draft, because we're already requesting an amendment to that section of the code, so.
So what would happen if I already have a 200 square foot shed and an 80 square foot outbuilding?
By amending Title 5, Section 3-4 for lot coverage, if you create that specific item with a specific amount, then that's got its own standalone category.
So you could have an additional
It's just-
280 for a chicken
What
run?
it would do is eliminate the third accessory structure on those properties with chicken coops.
Because you can only have a maximum.
You can only have a
Right,
maximum of 1,000 square
Right.
feet. So they gain 80 square feet for a combined coop and run, but they lose the opportunity to have the third shed. Which, as long as that 5% or 1,000 square feet is not exceeded, I think we can do that through that 5-3-4, just, a covered combined chicken coop and run, maximum 280 square feet. That's easy language to add in.
Okay. Anything else?
I want to have some discussion, I don't have one way or the other on the Department of Agriculture requirement. I would like to hear everyone's opinion on that.
I'd like to make it optional.
I think we should just take it out. It's up to the owner.
That would make it optional.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't need to be written in then. We should just strike that.
Everyone
I mean,
agree with that?
it may be up to their benefit, but that's up to them to decide, not us.
I agree.
So let me find that on the page. Okay, so 5321A2, strike the registration of the Illinois Department of Ag. Okay.
Okay.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Is there an option to make a stipulation of how close a coop can be to someone's residence in terms of a house?
We have that one.
But you couldn't be, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, I mean, you can't be 5 feet, I mean 15 feet for a house on a normal 200 foot on either sideline.
So
For a primary structure, it has to be 15 feet off the property line. All other accessory structures are 5 feet. It was raised, the issue was raised of moving it further in. You always have the right to make that more, move it maybe 10 feet, 12. There's always a right to that. The issue is there's a lot of people that already have pre-existing structures that are up to the 5 feet, and if we were looking at it as an accessory structure, that's where the consistency of the 5-foot setback was recommended.
Yeah, I'm not trying to avoid the 5 foot. I'm trying to see if we can add a stipulation of, in certain cases, where you have houses that are potentially set further back in the lot, and you have a coop that's gonna go, let's say, 5 feet up against it, now they're 30 feet from their bedroom window. In case, is there a stipulation we can put, or is that too hard to enforce?
I think the issue comes in that if we in an application, we see the plat survey, we see where their house is located, we look at the aerials as we do in our normal review, and there potentially is a conflict at that 120-foot line, because part of the issue is they have to be 120 feet back from the front property line. So if there's a conflict with the neighboring house, maybe in that particular lot, they have to move it back to 130 feet. So there's no conflict with the neighbor's house at 5 feet.
Can you enforce that?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's put, we could put the item in that it has to be at least a minimum of 120 square feet or 120 lineal feet and not to pose a potential conflict with the neighbor. Because the whole purpose of the 120 was in most cases back in the day when the code was written, at 120 feet, the houses didn't go further back. What we've experienced over the last 15, 20 years is much larger houses that take up more of people's lots. So at that regard, we're going to have to have some discretion to look at how it conflicts with the neighboring lot.
Or legal or non-conforming because it was built prior to the codes.
I'm sorry.
As far as, some of the ranches are within 10 feet.
10 feet, yeah, we've got a lot of houses that are 10-foot setbacks on the side yard.
Right.
So we do some individual looking at those properties anyway, but in terms of the accessory structures, I think the important thing is if we, at that 120 feet, if it conflicts with the house on either side, it can't be put there, it has to be moved back, because there should be enough room in the yards for that to be done.
So how would you enforce a portable one?
They would have, that's a good question, because we'd have to look at the individual lot and how it configures with its neighbor.
I mean, if they're moving it all over the place,
Well, the code as it was written, it had to meet all the required setbacks, the 120 and the 5 feet and the 10 feet are out of the utility easements. That would be the same, if you determined where that conflict line is with the neighbor. And it would be based on the back line of the house, so that's a finite number. That's a finite location. Does that make sense?
So, but if you're saying, typically the 120 is going to set you back far enough, but in some cases, it may be in conflict with the neighbor, and you have that option. Do you want a number? Do you want to say it can't be within like 15 feet of the neighbor's side?
Rear building line on their side yard? Yeah, a number would be helpful, because then that would, it's not arbitrary or a decision on a plan reviewer or an inspector or something.
Do you want to think about the number, taking into account all the different lot configurations that we have? I would hate to put a number on it today and have it be wrong.
Maybe the language would be that you cannot have your structure closer than 10 feet or 15 feet to the rear building line of your neighbor's property on whatever side lot line you're putting, or wherever you're putting your coop. Because then that keeps it back far enough from your neighbor's house to alleviate the potential for
the bedroom.
Does that make sense too, though, for corner lots where the houses are at?
Well, the corner lots are going to have a totally
Yeah.
different set of requirements by the code, and for the most part, the coops are going to have to go on the side of the lot that's closest to the street.
I think once you put it towards the rear house, I think that's all.
That's got to be in the rear corners,
Yeah.
as we showed in the exhibit last time.
Okay, so we're saying that it can't be within, so we're giving it the 5-foot setbacks, and then from each side, and the 10-foot and back, and it can't be within 15 feet of the neighboring backyard, or
Back building line.
back building line.
15
Not building line, house.
No, the house line, the
house line.
The
Yeah.
house line, not,
The house line, because the building line.
could be
that-
50 feet back.
Yeah,
Yeah, the 15 feet,
from the back of the house.
is that enough?
I don't know.
Well, that's we already have 120 feet, right? We
Right.
already have that.
So we're not taking any of those out?
No, that's-
We're only adding that
Yeah.
it can't be within 15
15
feet
seems a little short.
of the neighbor's.
I don't know what a good number is, because certain, again, each
Houses are different.
houses are laid out differently, houses are delineated differently. We've heard tonight that different breeds of chickens have different volume levels and different,
Can we,
so there's a lot of factors. But if we give some space to alleviate the noise, I think that's in the right direction.
So should we leave it more vague and say not be in conflict with the neighbor's house?
I think at this point in time, defining vague would be very hard, right, Jim?
Come on, what do you get paid
That's your job.
or, is it better to say should be at the furthest rear point of the lot?
That's good.
Because we also have to take a look, when we're doing these reviews, we're gonna be looking at the topography. Can a coop be placed at a certain place?
So you have some discretion when you. permit.
There's gonna have to be some discretion in there, but I think it has to be a number further back from the back of the building line would create a buffer, a little bit of a buffer. I don't, in my mind, I see the buffer. But we also have to look, we have a lot of folks, and we've seen variations where they're
What's the minimum setback of a building line from the rear yard? Is it
50
40
feet.
50?
50.
So they have 50 feet. So let's say house is on the rear side, right? 50 feet. And they're 10 off, so that's 40 feet, right? So I think we can make it 20 and you're fine. So that gives you 20 feet to build. Yeah, 20 feet from the rear part of the building.
Do you want to give it a number, or do you want to do it on a case-by-case basis to be determined?
I think we would
Need a number.
need a number, and then depending on.
I think minimum 20 is the number. That still gives you 20
guys
feet to
decide what
build
the
your
number is, but yeah, I think
Right?
a finite
My math's
number
right?
would be helpful.
Okay, well, on the standard lot, yes. On the standard lot, yes. I'm just concerned about the odd lots.
Pie-shaped and weird shaped.
Yeah, pie-shaped lots and this, that. I know they have different rules, but they get very
Always
different.
variances.
Yeah.
You want to be here longer?
I'm trying to speculate, because that's a concern to me, is like, if I have a house and they put the coop right up against it, that's a problem.
Yeah.
This gives them something discretion on it. I think that's how I feel. That's just my vote. I mean, I'm one of 6 out here, so
To put the 20 feet?
20. Scott, Jerry, what do you guys think? 20? 20?
So that will be from the rear wall of the neighboring property, on
Yes.
whatever side,
Okay, so the
on whatever
scrapping
side,
is 15.
yeah,
It's going to be 20 now.
yeah. On whatever side the coop is on. If the coop's in the center of the yard, it's not an issue, should not be an issue. Or 15 feet off the side lot line should not be an issue.
Okay. Anything else, Neil?
No, that was my list.
Okay.
How do we handle?
Hold on, we got Janet. Anything else, Janet, that you would wish to add?
The only other point I had, let's see, well, the number of chickens, if we're going to put that in or not. That's one we need to talk about, but the clean coop, I actually did like the wording in the the draft that we got, where...
So I'm going to, we submitted that and we made it specific that the city council looks at that draft as a guideline. But if you
Well,
want to
no,
modify, okay.
here's
Okay,
what I'd
okay.
like, if that's the language you would like to insert at that point, make that recommendation now,
Okay,
and
let's
we
do
would
it.
incorporate it into the, as
So I
part
would
of the
like
motion.
to, I would like to use their, let me get the right, so
So that's-
9-1-16.
So basically, the revised.
No, sorry, wait. Keeping file. So
10.
it's
So it's not-
5-3-21 and use their
The link-
A5.
The number 5.
A5.
A5,
yes.
and replace, put that in and take out what I had as draft 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that only difference metal containers?
It's the daily basis
Yeah.
and the type of
Okay.
container.
Those are the two
and,
things I
Yeah.
had in mind.
You know, in part of the application, you know, most of the owners that I've talked to this group and some that are in my neighborhood, they have a cleaning schedule for their birds, you know, their kids. So if that's part of their plan, understanding that it may change depending on weather needs and number of fowl, but I think daily may have been too aggressive. Again, that was a cut and paste.
Anything else, Janet?
Just the, well, okay, so two things. The rooster, I think, I think I'm okay with saying that we're not going to allow roosters. From talking with people that I know that have chickens, I know that they chose not to have roosters because of the fact that they tend to be aggressive and they're not needed for egg production. So I'm okay with keeping the no roosters in there. So that's, I guess, the next issue we should discuss,
Right.
if there's anybody that wants to keep that in.
Do we have anybody that would like to keep the rooster?
Keep
From
it
the
the way
com-
it's written to ban it?
No.
To prohibit it?
Will it prohibit it or you want to allow it?
Prohibit.
Prohibit.
Okay, so that stays as in his draft, then?
Yes.
Okay, so then the only other topic I had was about the let's see here. So the number of chickens, if we want to keep 20 as a number or eliminate a number altogether. I think typically 20, I would think, is a pretty generous number.
My vote is keep 20.
I'm okay with
I think
that.
20 is a generous number too. I know that it's not that's just my vote. I think 20 seems to be, based on what the village is having, I think there has to be something enforceable on that side.
I mean, we made a concession on the size of the coop run. We've added that. Now we have 20 happy, healthy chickens. I think that's good.
I did have one more change, I'm sorry.
And they don't have to have just chickens, they can have
Right.
ducks and quails too now.
Yes?
I think that, if I'm reading this correctly, Dan, once this ordinance passes, anyone that's out of compliance from previous has 12 months?
Well, yeah, we have to look at that language, because the way that it's written here, it's from the date of the adoption of the ordinance, which I may think is too short, because we won't have the paperwork ready, the applications, we won't have those types of things. I think we take a look, like anything else, from the time that their application is in for review and approved, then we know exactly where there's the nonconformities, and that will dictate how much time realistically or what their conditions. So I think 12 months from the date of permit approval would give reasonable time. And, you know, we've done where extenuating circumstances have come up, and if it's reasonable and somebody needs a little more time due to situations, we have granted extensions. And for like building permits and those types of things. So,
The reason, my concern on that is if someone does have X amount of chickens, let's say 25, 30. And there kind of gives them the choose to get to 20. I think giving them a year might not be enough time. I think at least have some kind of vehicle to extend the time.
The issue then becomes, we know what the number is for new owners. Okay, they know what to work with. It's just, we're working on a schedule for the existing owners if they're at a state where they have more than 20 is the issue, correct? That's what you're asking.
Right.
I'm, again, a year is typically what we use in the building permit side for extensions. Actually, we say 6 months, but it usually works out to be a year. And we have ways to track that. We have ways to work with that. That's not an issue. So it's then up to you whether a year is enough, or is it 18 months, or is it, the problem is that the longer the deadline is, the longer non-compliance exists.
So the way it's written, it's 12 months from the time that this gets adopted. And I think
I'm
that we're
willing to work
proposing
12
months from when the permit is issued to each individual owner. So every owner has, because if this passes in January, but an owner doesn't get a permit until September, they only have from September to January to come into compliance. So we're saying that from the issue of permit, everybody has a year, then everybody has the same amount of time.
What's going to require people to get permits?
Well, the ordinance.
How long from pass to get the permit?
Yeah.
That's not specific.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Rand.
How long from when this is passed to when current owners need to?
So there's a number of steps that has to be completed yet. We have to figure out what is the final approved product. Then we're going to have to create the application forms. We're going to have to set up the processes. I'm guessing that by first quarter one of 25, we should be out. I will be looking at the folks that have contributed for assistance and reviewing what those documents are. I'll be putting that together. So I'm looking by starting the application process late winter or winter, spring of next year, with getting the word out and all the newsletters and that, to have folks come in, hopefully get them in first before you get into the summer.
No, I think I was to Neil's point, in the way it's written, you have like a year from when you apply or from when you submit your permit, but how long after it's, if it's approved, shall we be expected to submit a permit? Or how long after permits become available do we have to submit? And then that'll start the year clock.
So the goal would be when this comes out there, that the folks who are out here and who've been involved in the process you'd all see the notifications again and work to get this stuff turned in. We will work as quickly as possible to do all our reviews, issue them, and if it takes a little bit of time to get that, the clock won't start until you get your permit, okay? I would love to be able to say that's a 2-week process. I'd love to say that's a 3-week. By May 1, I can't do that. But I think the more important thing is that we agree that you guys have been doing this. You've been doing it well. There's no argument on that. There's been some bad characters to work with you over a period of time, okay? But we do have to have some sunset clause. Otherwise, it goes on forever and ever and ever, okay? But it's not.
Are we stipulating, let's say April 1st, this gets put in place. How much time do current chicken owners have to pull a permit, is the question.
Again.
I don't know if there's an answer to that.
Again, we would be seeking assistance, working with the group out there, because they've been very insightful, they've been very prepared in all the things, and to utilize them to help us get the word out, and that the folks get in right away. If they're going on out there and they don't come in, and we come across it, they'll get a packet and say you got basically X amount of time to get in.
So we don't have to write anything in here?
No,
Okay.
it'd be as simple as Dan issuing that notice of where you have chickens, here's the
Okay.
packet, basically a 30-day notice to come in compliance.
come in.
And then it can be done as simply as that, with just a simple notice from the city.
And we will use all our mechanisms to advertise.
Can we stipulate what can be enforced within a certain time as opposed to, like, if someone has 30 chickens and we want to give them X amount of time to come to compliance with the chickens versus compliance with the rooster?
I don't think we should be that specific right now.
We won't know the level of where people are at until they apply and we get out there and see. And I think it would be unfair to say arbitrarily today, if you have too many chickens, you have 3 weeks. You know, I don't think that's necessary at this time. I think part of it is working with the owners on where are they at, what do they have, how far, what needs to be done. And until you know what needs to be done, it's hard to determine.
Okay.
And that's just like every other property maintenance code case that we have. We have to assess the situations of the property.
Understood.
And let's face it, it's going to be impossible to count chickens. I mean, or it's going to be very challenging, let's just say that. Like, I think Randall or somebody said that before.
I don't disagree.
So,
No.
Okay?
Okay.
So I just want to, I'll summarize it. And
So,
just-
do we need to read those out when we make a motion, or?
Yes, but probably best for just to clarify.
Right, okay, perfect.
Okay, so clarification, so I see 5 different recommendations or conditions that we're going to attach to it. Number 1 is the annual inspection is eliminated, but an annual license requirement is going to be maintained. The second one is that the chicken coop and the covered run combined can be a maximum of 280 square feet. But the maximum 3 accessory structure per lot is maintained.
The caveat to that is when we do their look, and just so everybody's fully clear, when we look at your property, a lot of that size will still be dependent on what existing structures they currently have on their property.
Right.
So that it's a
And
maximum.
and the maximum of 1,000
Yep.
square feet for accessory structure.
Can I ask a question about what you said?
Yes.
I know that the accessory structure rule is written such that like there's an additional, so especially large lots, you get an additional 200 square feet for each additional 10,000 square feet of a lot over 20,000 square feet. Will that be going away, or is that?
No, that's already in the code.
Okay.
So let's say you have the 280 and you have a 30,000 square foot lot. You can pick up the 4th building, the 4th.
Oh, okay. So
That's how, it's not
It
a,
doesn't like expand the size of any one if
It's
it
a-
adds another.
yeah, and I don't know, again, I'm not 100% sure why or how, but it's not something that you can combine them
Okay.
under an aggregate to make a superstructure.
Okay,
And
I
part
was
of it,
curious.
part of it is because once you get over 900 square feet, you can build a dwelling. And now you have multifamily housing on a single-family
We
lot.
can build our chickens a tiny home.
This is a tiny home.
Oh,
Very tiny.
hey, we had a tiny house at Elm and Willow a few years back when that was a fad.
I'm assuming not legal, right?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Actually, some of your coops were better than.
Okay.
Okay, the third condition is to strike the State Department of Agriculture registration. The fourth condition regarding the setback requirements is that we're going to add that there also has to be a 20-foot minimum from the rear, from the chicken coop to the rear wall of the neighboring homes.
On the side of wherever the coop is, yep. That's fine.
Any
That's right.
side, yeah. And then the fifth,
There'd be primary residence.
The primary
The
residence.
distance from primary, adjacent.
Yeah, that's a good one.
right, the
Primary
home,
residence.
Thank you.
primary residence, okay.
See, right here.
And then the fifth one is that regarding the cleaning or the maintaining, so we're going to use the draft from Tiffany, which was 5.321A5 regarding the cleaning.
Yep.
So those are the 5 conditions.
And-
Question to you guys. Is that okay? Earlier, you all said you did not like number 3, which gives anytime access, but then it never got talked about again.
But we're striking the annual inspections. So that gets stricken by default.
Okay,
Just,
and it was
can we just say
separate.
that we vote on it with those?
And
five
the, is number 6, the permit, the permit approval, the time to,
The sunset clause.
the non-conform, to bring into from non-conformance.
Item 13 on my list. Instead of from the date of adoption of the ordinance, from
the date of permit
issuance.
Permit issuance.
Oh, okay, so non-conforming, they have to be brought into compliance.
Within 12 months of permit issuance.
Permission.
And not everybody's going to get their plan on the same day, but they will have the same amount of time.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I make a motion?
I'm sorry.
You had mentioned something as a possibility that I wanted to follow up on. You had said, like, maybe there could be a process for requesting an exception for certain people, like, I don't know roosters, but there was a gentleman in the last meeting who mentioned that he's been, like, working on this bloodline for, like, 5 generations with his rooster. So, like, would there be, and it wouldn't be a variance that would go with the property, it would just, be with the homeowner, but, like, situations like his, or if somebody has more than 20 birds, but they've got like an acre or 2 acres or something, they would be able to apply by some method for an exception.
The gentleman, we've spoke about the gentleman with the bloodlines and stuff. When he testified, we did not get a good address or phone number, so I've been trying to figure out who he is.
He was here.
He was?
He was back there.
And I'm sorry, I was up there, I couldn't see.
And then he was over there.
He's one of your neighbors. Grace, can you please reach out to him? Because I want to know more about how long he's done this and those things. And we would look at that, because the attorney and I have talked about this, is how do we, someone who's got that much invested over a long period of time, what that is going to look like and stuff, and is there a room, what can we do? So I want to talk to him.
He's not the only one. I mean, without having roosters myself, I'm kind of surrounded by them, like they're across the street next door and stuff, and, and I understand that for some people that will be an issue, but obviously there are roosters out there that are not causing a problem. So I feel, and not just the rooster thing, but like I said, the number of chickens thing, or number of any bird thing. I'm just wondering if, I don't know what that exception process looks like. It's a unit raised, and I'm just wondering.
And again, because I haven't had a chance to talk to him, I don't know where he's at, if there's others. The one thing with this, if we can get this going, because it's been a year, we can always come back for some amendment, another amendment if we had to do a small thing. I want to get a better history of what that was about, because it was intriguing. It was, and he's been invested a lot, and I know you all have. But again, Not knowing the facts, it's hard to say what it is or how to go forward. Yeah, if, Grace, can you please have him give me a call? That would be great if he's your neighbor. No, that, and this ain't happening, but this ain't, and, all right, I'm sorry, let's get back on track. I'm sorry.
Council worried.
Janet wanted to make a motion.
Why don't you go ahead with the motion?
we
We've
need
got the
a-
recording.
We need a motion. Can I please get a motion to accept into the public record the exhibits presented today?
All exhibits that, because the whole, we're taking into
Yes.
account the whole public hearing.
Right, and the exhibits that were added specifically today, 17 through 24, and all of the testimony presented this evening.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, who are we going with the motion?
Neil and Jerry.
Okay, thank you.
At, you gotta be kidding. 11:07. Roll call, please.
Commissioner DeGraff.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Sayward.
Aye.
Commissioner Mashewski.
Aye.
Chairman Kempa.
Aye. Now I would like a motion to recommend to the city council approval of the draft amendment to the code with, as presented, with the following recommendation by the PZBA. Janet, if you could read those off.
So again, there's 6 conditions or recommendations along with that motion. First one being the annual inspection is eliminated and the annual license is maintained.
Permit, not, sorry, just keep permit.
Permit?
Make sure the language is consistent with the,
Annual permit.
Is it permit?
It's an annual permit.
permit, yeah. sorry,
Okay.
this one, license is harder.
Okay. Annual permit is maintained.
So 13, and that removes 3, 2. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
Second one is that the chicken coop and the covered run combined can be a maximum of 280 square feet, as long as the maximum 1,000 square foot maximum accessory buildings and the maximum 3 accessory buildings is maintained. Number 3 condition is to strike the State Department of Agriculture registration. Number 4, regarding setback requirements, all the ones that are in there are kept, but we're also adding that they have to have a minimum of 20 feet from the rear wall of the neighboring primary residences. Number 5 is to use the draft 5-3-21A5 regarding cleaning of the coops. And number 6 then, regarding noncompliance, properties need to be brought into compliance 12 months from the date of permit.
Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Mashewski.
Aye.
Commissioner Sayward.
Aye.
Commissioner DeGraff.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Chairman Kempa.
Aye. And that was at 11:10.
Okay,
I had
just for everybody's, this is not going to be on the October 14th meeting date. You know, we will report out this, but this is going to take some time to get the language drafted, reviewed for the legal side of it, and then get it there. So we are looking towards the October 28th, okay, as tentatively. If it's not going to be on that date, a notice will go out. But we've got up to 60 days, 30 days, no, 60 days to get it to council, and 30 for a written opinion, okay? No, what'll probably happen, because the city council on large text amendments do what's called a first read, second read. So it'll be introduced, there'll be some discussion, you're all invited to be there if there are any questions, if there are any concerns, they will ask. And then 2 weeks later, they will formally adopt. So we're looking at adoption mid-November, the second Monday of November. The voting, yeah. When I say adoption, that means the council voted on the recommendations.
Can they make changes to what?
They have the right to make changes, okay? That's what the first read, second read process is for. If there's new information that's not part of the record or other consideration, it's not a public hearing. It's not the purpose of that first read. It's, if there's a specific part of what's there, not a rehash of everything that's been brought at this level. They're aware of it. I'm sure they've all watched it. I'm sure they've all heard from neighbors, so they're familiar with what's going on. But that's the process. And then typically they will vote on it within the 2-week period, but by our ordinance, they have 60 days in which to make an action. Okay, so if there's a question or they need more research or they need more time, they could push it off a little bit. I don't see that happening because we have spent a lot of time, and everybody in this room, thank you, because this is how the public process is supposed to work. I truly, like I said at the first meeting, there's a place for keeping chickens in this community. And that's, I think we're getting to that point, so thank you.
There was a question from Linda.
Are the city council meetings at 7 as well?
No, they're at 6:30.
Okay, thank you.
And they'll be in the same chambers. Thank you, good question.
Dan, one quick comment. I noticed too that in the wording, it just needs to be consistent instead of like keeping hens or keeping chickens. Now it's all going to be permitted fowl.
Correct. And the first thing I'm going
So
to,
he makes his money by correcting all of
You
that.
guys mentioned too, a distance from adjacent
Yeah.
primary structures. You said the rear wall, you're opening yourself up to a problem there. And we just keep a distance from adjacent primary structures.
Yep, that's what you read in when we
You said the
voted.
rear wall.
yeah, that's,
But it wouldn't necessarily be the rear wall. Country gardens.
Could be a side.
Property lines. It could be an adjacent sidewalk.
Okay.
so, yeah, I think we're good. Staff will prepare a draft, take these in, incorporate it into the document. We'll send it around to the PZBA members to make sure it's 100% accurate. That's part of the process. And Jim will have his time with it, and then we'll get it set for presentation to City Council.
And it has been said before many times, but I would also like to thank the public for your patience, your comments, your knowledge, your input, for making my job easy by keeping this very well organized and a pleasure to work with you. That goes to everybody from me. Also would like to thank the board. It's been a long process, and we've put in a lot of work in here. Staff for working with the residents and creating this document. It's been a long process again, so thank you. Well, we're not quite done yet. We have,
We got to go to midnight, right? 12:01 at least. Let's go for the record.
Who's getting up with my baby? Who's babysitting?
Is there anybody in the public for public comment, non-agenda items?
Oh, there you go.
You know what? The issue with that, Randall, is that comes straight out of the animal control, which is the police that doesn't have to have, it'll go to company.
The new language?
We'll double check the exotic animal, but the language, that language, I think I took straight out of the animal control ordinance.
Okay.
So because,
It's different than the old one, that's why.
yeah, I'll double check what that says.
I mean, I don't have any, but like, a lot of people have little lizards and things like that.
And
pretty steep.
The issue is they have their own definition under the animal control ordinance that I didn't take, but we'll double check. I have a note from that.
I don't want to drag on any
All right. Even if there's communication, I don't want to hear it.
Nope.
Can I please have a motion to adjourn at 11:15?
I'll make it.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
You guys.